Okay. We are at 5:30. So I'd like to start the meeting. And I'm glad everybody's here this evening. Thank you for coming. Ms. Borboa, can we get a roll call, please?
Ms. Ekstrom?
Here.
Mr. Romero?
Here.
Dr. Ravi?
Here.
Ms. Shaw?
Here.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Here. All right, all 5 of us are here. Thank you very much. Before we get started into land acknowledgement, I wanted to just make a few quick comments. Today is Mardi Gras, so happy Fat Tuesday. Laissez les bons temps rouler, let the good times roll. And then tomorrow is the beginning of a very important Christian holiday, Lent, so happy Lent to those who celebrate. I also wanted to acknowledge and say Gong Hao Fat Choi. Chinese New Year was just this past weekend. It's the year of the dragon, which symbolizes power, success, and confidence. So if you were born in that year, this is your year. And tomorrow is Valentine's Day. It's a celebration of love, which is what we need more of in the world. So I just wanted to remind everybody, it's not just about your husband, wife, partner. It's also friends, family, your community. So try to spread the love in positive ways possible. So with that, we will go to the land acknowledgement statement. And we do not have the student, Jean? No? Okay. Well then, I will read it. Okay. On behalf of the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, Natalie Luna Rose, acknowledge that the schools, buildings, and facilities of the Tucson Unified School District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tohono Nation and the federally recognized tribal land of the Pascua Yaqui tribe. Okay. And hopefully Gabriela Yepes, who is a 11th grader at Pueblo High School, can come and read it for us next time. Okay. We are on to Pledge of Allegiance. And we have a student this evening, Eli Ibarra Hinosa. Eli is a 5th grader at Lineweaver Elementary. I'll read a little bit about him. Eli is involved in a Lineweaver Student Council program as the president who oversees meetings and decisions about school events, fundraising, and spirit days. His favorite things about Lineweaver are the buddy benches, pizza days, water refill stations, and learning about history in class. He enjoys playing soccer and football whenever he can at school and home. Eli has a very loving family that includes 3 brothers and 3 sisters who enjoy family time at Reed Park or fishing trips to places like Patagonia. That's awesome. I haven't been to Patagonia in a long time, so I should remind myself to go there. Okay, Eli, when we get the flag waving, and whenever you're ready, you can say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you, Eli, so much for doing the Pledge of Allegiance for us. And I wish you all the best of the rest of 5th grade and good luck in middle school next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda adjustments, Dr. Trujillo.
President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, we have a few agenda adjustments we'd like to recommend. First, I'd like to recommend pulling item 5.5 from consent. We will, of course, be back with this item once we identify the text and supplementary materials that will accompany it. And then I would also like to move item 7.1 to immediately follow a call to the audience. We have some teachers in the audience that will be supporting our new 6 through 12 secondary ELA adoption, and we'd like to make sure we get them out early so they're back in their classrooms tomorrow morning. Immediately following item 7.1, we'd like to request that item 7.3, the consideration of renewal of employee benefits. We have our guests from Valley Schools who've traveled in here from Phoenix, our benefits consultants, joining us for that item. And then we would also like item 7.4, the board's consideration of revisions to student dress code policy to follow. So item 7.1, 7.3, 7.4 in that order to follow. Call to the audience.
Okay. Board members, any objections? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. And now your superintendent's report.
Yes. Hello, Tucson Unified Community on this Valentine's Day Eve. Welcome to our first governing board meeting in the month of February. Black History Month is alive and well, a month-long celebration of Black excellence in the Tucson Unified School District. I want to take an opportunity to thank Dr. Tanya Strozier and the African American Student Services Department for its Black History Makers Breakfast last Friday, a beautiful event in which the inaugural African American Student Advisory Board was appointed and recommended by Dr. Strozier and her team. It was a wonderful event. A lot of wonderful guests from the community. I want to thank governing board members Sadie Shaw as well as Dr. Ravi Shah in attendance supporting the event. I also want to personally thank Mr. Bob Elliott and his wonderful wife, former TUSD employee and EEF Lifetime Achievement Award winner, Ray Davies Award winner Beverly Elliott of the African American Museum of Southern Arizona for hosting the fireside chat with civil rights icon Carlotta Walls this past Friday. Carlotta was one of the original Little Rock Nine, one of the first students to integrate Central High School in 1957 in Little Rock, Arkansas. Of course, the desegregation case and the scenes that unfolded that day for this student as she attempted to get access to her education at Central High School reshaped the way that America thinks about integration and desegregated schools. I do want to thank the Elliots for welcoming her and for facilitating such a wonderful event. At our halfway point through Black History Month, we still have 2 or 3 weeks of wonderful events and programming. Get out there and celebrate Black History Month if you haven't done so already. I had the opportunity January 31st to serve as the moderator for one of the most iconic events in the district, the UHS debate. If you have not had an opportunity to see the UHS debate, it is a sight to behold. Basically, the entire auditorium turns into a political convention. The entire senior class organizes itself into different political parties. They create their own platforms on foreign and domestic policy. And then they challenge each other through very respectful and very, very engaging civil dialogue and debate around a litany of issues, whether it is the ongoing war in Palestine, American involvement in Ukraine, or domestically, high rates of incarceration, the school-to-prison pipeline, healthcare reform, immigration, several topics respectfully and civilly debated on the stage by these amazing young people. It was my privilege to serve as their moderator and certainly look forward to attending next year's debate, and would certainly invite our board members, if you can get out there next year. It is a wonderful event. I also want to thank our transportation department for the heavy lift of making sure that the entire junior class got to the Fox Theater. As all of you know, and those of you that have been following the facilities issues, the auditorium is inoperable right now due to some roofing renovations that are taking place, which displaced this event, and we had to relocate it to the Fox Theater. So I do want to thank the wonderful team at the Fox Theater. They were very generous in their pricing discount and availability of the venue in support of the event. And I want to thank Director Martha Zamora for going out of her way and mobilizing our transportation team and getting all of the students to and from the debate. I want to thank Principal Thomas Heminger for a wonderful visit out there at Henry Elementary. I had the wonderful opportunity to engage in some discussions with student and staff focus groups, and I got an opportunity to meet one of our reading interventionists who is serving there at Henry Elementary, and really spoke to just how much she loves her work and how much she loves working with students who are still struggling with literacy, and when she sees that light turn on, and just how inspirational it is for her. And of course, got to talk to some wonderful student leaders who actually had a lot of kudos for food services, who enjoy their meals in the cafeteria. I had one wonderful young lady talk to me about her love of the chicken nuggets and how she doesn't want to see chicken nuggets go away from the menu. So I do also want to congratulate Ruth Doran, who is Henry Elementary's do everything, be everything, fulfill every role library assistant. I saw her actually doing everything but being in the library, as she was working with students, reading with students, helping students to and from the library for their session with me. So she's a big part of the Henry community, and we were proud to recognize her with the Superintendent's Award for Staff Excellence. I also had an opportunity to attend Blenman's letter grade celebration. The Blenman Eagles soared from a D to a B, and they had a wonderful community event out there celebrating with parents and teachers all of the amazing work that went in to their incredible rise from D to B. Delicious barbecue out there, had a wonderful time, and I certainly want to congratulate Principal Kelly Mack and wish her continued success. And as I stated to the teachers and staff and the parents, I look forward to being at the event next year when the school is an A. So no pressure there. Last Friday also had an opportunity, last week had an opportunity to attend the Camp Cooper groundbreaking. We are very, very excited about the work that's going to be going on at what I always call the district's most beautiful classroom, Camp Cooper, the environmental center out there at Camp Cooper. The sights and the smells and the beauty of the Sonoran Desert have come alive for thousands and thousands of Tucson Unified students throughout the generations, and will continue to do so thanks to the renovations that will be taking place, which include new sustainable bathrooms and showers that will provide an opportunity for overnight trips, which the camp has never had an opportunity to facilitate. Members of the community gathered to celebrate this special occasion that has been a long time in the making. I certainly do want to thank all of the generous donors whose support made these renovations possible, particularly the University of Arizona with its stewardship and donation of over $2 million to make these renovations possible. Congratulations to Cooper Environmental Center Director Colin Waite and TUSD parent Colin Waite for his leadership and the wonderful, wonderful potential that these renovations will bring to Camp Cooper in increased access to programming for thousands more TUSD students that will be able to take advantage of the facilities. I do want to thank Governing Board Member Shaw for coming out to support the event and serving as one of our honorary groundbreakers. There, you think you there see him there in the picture to get the work going on. And I want to congratulate our communications team. The Tucson Unified School District Communications and Media Relations team received 9 ASPRA awards. And what ASPRA is, it is the Arizona School Public Relations Association. It is the premier professional association for media and communications professionals working in K-12 environments. It's their Grammys. And so our team was awarded with 9 awards, awards of excellence in photography for its photographic work around graduation in the spring of 2023, its photographs taken during our Legacy of Excellence Awards Banquet in April of 2023, and its captivating photography of the Sabino softball team's state championship victory in that final game. They also picked up an award of excellence in video for its promotional video work around CTE programs in the district, as well as its On the Road with the Superintendent series, where they do the videos to for my school visits throughout the school district. They also received numerous awards of merit Multimedia marketing campaign around the Emergency Housing Support Program launched last spring. Its social media campaign, hashtag Magnet Monday, that we all see across all of our different platforms. And then it also received an award of merit in the category of special purpose publication, the Tucson Unified Code of Conduct, and around an award of merit for website development for the preschool enrollment campaign. I want to thank all of our team, Kevin, Mary, Jess, Norma, Bianca, Sally, Emma, Ashley, Joe, Danica, Noemi, Miguel, and Arcadia for their wonderful, wonderful performance and dedication and commitment to telling the TUSD story and making sure that they do it in powerfully innovating and inspiring ways. And we're looking forward to more awards in the upcoming year. And lastly, I did mention Dr. Strozier earlier, but she has also been recognized through her appointment to Governor Hobbs' Commission of African American Affairs. Governor Hobbs has said since 2010, the Arizona Commission of African American Affairs has played a pivotal role in representing and empowering Black Arizonans in state leadership. This accomplished group of appointees span from across the state and come from diverse backgrounds ranging from education, law enforcement, to civil rights activism and criminal justice. As an educator, Dr. Strozier will focus on issues like literacy and college readiness and hopes to provide a voice not just for TUSD, but for Southern Arizona as well. We congratulate Dr. Strozier for this very prestigious governor's appointment to the Commission of African American Affairs. President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, that concludes the superintendent's report for the evening.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Trujillo, and congratulations to TUSD Communications and Dr. Strozier and everybody else that was mentioned in the report. Before we go to call the audience, just make an announcement that we do have interpretation services, so please let us know. She's in the back in the bright pink, very Valentine's-y sweater. So with that, I will hand it over to Clerk Ekstrom.
Thank you. Public participation at board meetings. Members of the public may speak during call to the audience. The governing board clerk shall be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining order where it may be appropriate. Those who speak in person or want to have their comments read shall email or call the board office or complete a request to address the board form before speaking. Speakers who have not completed a request form are not permitted to address the board. The speaker must state their full name and topic prior to addressing the board. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum time of 3 minutes. While more than one speaker may speak together in the time allowed, speakers are reminded that they are not allowed to speak more than once, and they may not transfer or delegate their time to others. If there are board documents, or if there are documents for the board, please give them to the board office staff, and they will ensure each board member receives a copy. Those attending the meeting and or speaking before the board shall observe rules of good conduct. Speakers shall also refrain from inappropriate or slanderous remarks. And because TUSD serves students from preschool through high school, speakers should be aware that there may be children present and listening. At the end of call to the audience, the governing board president will ask if any board member wishes to respond to a criticism, wish to have ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. No more than 2 members may address each topic. Contents of this card are public information. And our first speaker is Stacy Gist. And then next after her is Beto Rangel and Michael Boreal.
Hello.
Go ahead.
My time, sir. Okay.
Yes.
Board President Luna Rose, honorable board members, and Dr. Trujillo. My name is Stacy Gist, and I'm the Eli President and Principal of Valencia Middle School, a title I have worn proudly for the last 7 years. I'm here to speak on study item 8.1. The district, the board, building principals, and community agree. We want outstanding learning opportunities with academic growth, safe schools, and happy students in our communities that develop schools to be successful in a future that is rapidly changing. Over the past few years, so much has happened in the world, and TUSD has stepped up to support our communities. When the board has made a decision, building administrators and teachers have enacted those decisions into success stories on our campuses. 7 years ago, TUSD did exactly what they're discussing now. Many buildings had reduced building administrators to follow the formula. Schools were constantly labeled Ds and Fs, and school safety was a huge concern. The board can look at discipline data, academic data, and building administrator turnover from that time. For the district principals that I represent that would lose an AP, their APs make critical differences in the quality of their campuses. Main AP priorities are supporting teachers and school safety daily. Evaluations can only be completed by building administrators, so they are divided up between teachers and classified with the administrator, which is all support, which is crucial for student learning and safety. School safety is not just the big issues like school threats. Those happen more than we would like, but enforcing the code of conduct daily so teachers can teach. Building administrators provide and apply that code of conduct. Helping teachers feel supported keeps teachers in our buildings. Setting expectations for students and families helps the students that we serve feel safe in our schools, so the priority is all about learning. As a building principal, the reduction in APs would directly impact my school. My APs start at 8:30, and we don't return to the office from the bus location until 5:30 p.m. Building administrators must be present at all middle school events, so we often leave after 6:30. They provide countless opportunities to support our community, our teachers, our leaders, and anything that is needed to grow our environment. Reducing these positions to formula reduces what we can do in our community. There's only so much time in the day. We are at a critical point with ESSER funds being limited. Most of us administrative already have plans to continue our success we started through ESSER and without, but we have those plans utilizing our assistant principals. I know your decision is not easy. Please understand that the choice you have to make carries huge implications for all building leaders in this post-COVID education environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Bethel Ronhead.
Good evening, President Luna Rose, governing board members, Dr. Trujillo, Mr. Ross, and all TUSD leadership. Ms. Welch and I present to you a day in the life of a high school assistant principal. A principal checks in with the assistant principal to communicate that she will be observing a teacher's classroom, then is heading into a meeting with a parent who is concerned about her child's progress. As the principal leaves the office, 2 students are brought in who were engaged in a verbal altercation. The assistant principal, who is working on setting up interviews for a new football coach, asks the dean of students to help by working with the students to mediate the situation that has arisen between 2 friends groups and is on the verge of erupting into a physical confrontation. In an attempt to de-escalate the situation before the anticipated escalation, the counseling staff is included to help support a restorative conference. Office staff look up where the students are located, security staff helps to bring the students to the office safely, and the students are now in good hands, crisis hopefully averted. A few moments later, a teacher comes in to tell the assistant principal that he believes the bathroom in the basement is backed up because he noticed water on the floor outside. The assistant principal calls to ask a custodian to check out the situation and reports back. It's not actually the bathroom. A water pipe has burst and was released running water into the hallway. The assistant principal quickly reaches out to district facilities to request emergency service and support. While reporting, the assistant principal goes to the basement hallway and realizes that 3 classrooms need to be relocated while the issue is repaired and cleaned up. This requires the coordination of multiple staff members to find a space that is available to relocate those classes, round up a crew to do the hallway cleanup, while the assistant principal takes the lead to start moving desks and supplies out of harm's way so they do not get damaged. While all of this is happening, the majority of students on campus are in class, safely learning, completely unaware of the floods around them. Although this may sound like exaggeration, it really is just a typical Tuesday for administrative staff at a school site. None of this vital work makes the news or receives accolades. It is the daily, behind-the-scenes responsibilities that need to be done to ensure that our students in classrooms learn in a healthy and safe environment without these added stressors impacting their day. To the best of our ability, we do this work and rely on our assistant principals in the facilitation of that work. We ask that you please take into consideration, when discussing budget cuts, these examples. These examples exemplify how vital the assistant principal roles are on a campus and shows you how, if all the work had been left to a diminished administrative team, other aspects would suffer. This is not speaking solely as a high school principal or as part of a two-school, one-campus team, but for all administrators who work with their assistant principals in concert with diminishing resources and personnel each and every day. Please, we urge you to find budgetary cuts that will not affect school campuses directly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michael Boreal, followed by Luke Skiba and Dolores De Vera. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the governing board. My name is Michael Boreal, and as many of you know, I am the executive director for Educational Leaders Incorporated, better known as ELI. That's the employee group representing principals, assistant principals, school psychologists, and research project managers. I'm here tonight with many of my colleagues to bring attention to item 8.1, financial update and budget projections. The impetus for this item is to find ways to fund, among other things, interventionist positions in TUSD. The presentation you'll see tonight highlights certain positions considered over cap according to TUSD policy, including APs. Assistant principals, as you just heard, perform a critical role at their sites and directly improve the quality of the educational environment for TUSD students. Many of the sites considered over cap face site-specific challenges that would be impossible to address without an AP. I humbly request that before the board considers depriving sites of these resources, it takes a realistic, holistic look at spending in TUSD to find savings that don't affect school sites. Positions that have a direct day-to-day impact on the lives of students should be the last things cut, not the first. Thank you.
Thank you. Luke Skiba is next, followed by Dolores De Vera and Pilar Reese.
Good evening, board members, President Luna Rose, and Dr. Trio. My name is Luke Skiba, and I'm a credit recovery teacher at Tucson High Magnet School. I'm speaking on behalf of my administration, who couldn't be here this evening due to new student information night, state soccer playoffs, and Avid Family Night all on our campus. On agenda item 8.1, schools are up for discussion to cut vital roles that directly support students, families, and our community. I'm not sure that you are aware that each of our administrators evaluate both certified and classified staff. While many see a formula for student to admin ratio, it is far more than that, especially at a school of our size. Each assistant principal evaluates approximately 44 to 48 people, and our principal 54. That is unheard of in the business world, but in education, it's the norm. If we were to lose one assistant principal, that would put everyone they supervise and evaluate on another administrator, pushing each to over 60 people to supervise and evaluate. If we lose office staff that support 5 buildings or grounds crew that take care of the large Tucson High Magnet School campus and Cherry Field a couple of miles away, or take anyone who falls under the ratio developed by our district, we would be spreading more people thin and contribute to a lack of quality within our schools. People who do not directly work in schools daily should be considered for budget cuts over the already overworked school employees on our campuses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dolores De Vera.
Good evening. I'm going to change the topic and talk about benefits. I recently requested some raw data from the district about substitute teachers who worked during calendar year 2023. According to the data in 2023, the district employed 931 different substitute teachers. Some worked just one single day, but some worked 182 days. So we have 176 instructional days. Some of your subs worked 182 days because they did the trainings or did grading day. Collectively, subs provided to this district work equal to 264 full-time employees. Subs took teaching contracts 57 times. Or they moved to other types of jobs 12 times, like ex-ed TAs or OMA specialist or MTSS, a whole bunch of different jobs that they moved to. But I want to talk about 45 subs. 45 subs on the list worked 162 days or more. Now, what's important about working 162 days? Under the Affordable Care Act, based on the TUSD calendar, working 162 days in the school year is considered full-time work. So those subs under the Affordable Care Act have to be offered health care. And what we know is traditionally subs who are offered it, it's only a small percentage that take it. I think 1 year only 5 of us took it. It doesn't cost that district that much to include, to provide health care to those full-time subs. Tonight you have a report that shows how much you pay when an employee enrolls in health care. What I don't see on the report is how much the district is paying to subsidize when an employee enrolls in vision care or dental care. And I didn't think about it that much until this year, but this year, during the pandemic, I had a tooth crack. I didn't go get it fixed until 2023. In fact, I needed 3 teeth fixed. And my bill, as an uninsured person, was more than $5,000 from the work I needed. TUSD didn't leave me in the lurch. I have an HSA, and I had built savings in that, and you gave us those wonderful stipends. But it's hard not to feel marginalized when I know that all the other full-time employees are allowed to buy dental insurance and vision insurance, and subs are left out of that, and disability insurance. I hope when you talk about the benefits tonight, you might consider also including your full-time subs. It's about 45 of us, and we know that they traditionally don't take the benefits. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Pilar Reese.
Good evening. My name is Pilar Reese, and good evening, board and superintendent. Okay, so first I just want to say amen to these people. Stop trying to cut the boots on the ground. Also, I just find it kind of ironic that it's Black History Month, and last meeting we were trying to dismantle DEI. Just kind of ironic notation. And the other thing is, I've got a bunch of stuff, so I'm going to try to go through it. We took the ESSER funds knowing that they would expire. It would have been great if the financial department would have done some future planning so we wouldn't keep finding ourselves in these kind of spots of having to cut something that we don't want to cut. I don't know if maybe we need somebody in that department that's perhaps a CPA, just a thought, and dress code. I want to speak to the dress code. So if the dress code, you guys weren't elected to advocate for your own children. You were elected to represent all of the students in TUSD, as well as the parents, the community members, and the businesses. And the surveys show that they want it changed. If a parent doesn't want their child to show their belly button, that's up to them. But let's not put your values on the backs of other families and not also put the pressure on the girls. It is not fair to the girls to be labeled as the problem for kids to learn. Okay. So I found it a little embarrassing at the last meeting. I don't know how to say this nicely, really, but it would be really important, I think, for the board president to learn the Robert's Rules of Order. It's kind of embarrassing to see Mr. Ross having to continue to step in as a surrogate. And Sadie Shaw would have made a great president, and I'm sure she wouldn't have been asking Mr. Ross how to run the meeting. I also saw some colleague some disrespect happening, which was really embarrassing and inappropriate, and I'm very disappointed. I would hope that we would treat people better. And back to the dress code. The other thing that you guys tried to change on there was changing the percentage of people that would vote to make it a uniform school. That looked really like it was coming as a personal family desire. So I don't think that should happen either. It needs to be back to 80% of the parents, not 60%. So please continue to remember, or try to remember, who it is you're here to represent. It's not your own family. It's all the families. And whether you agree with what they have to say or not, and keep the workers in the schools, the employees that are with the kids, those are the ones we need.
Thank you. Next, we have some comments to be read. So I will begin those. This is from Renee Rogers. My name is Renee Rogers, and my son William is a first grade student at Tully Magnet Elementary School. I wish to address the magnet budget for all schools and the upcoming loss of our support staff by the sudden elimination of the ESSER funds. I would appreciate the following comments and questions read into the record at the upcoming board meeting on Tuesday, February 13th. I'm coming to you today as a concerned mother. Our school seems to be getting less funding than other schools of a similar size to us, and I would like to know why. Tully is a beautiful school, diverse in culture, has an amazing school garden and staff who my son is excited to see every day. School is a joy for us. I attended Tully myself back in the 90s, so when I moved back to Tucson to start my own family, I had no doubts I wanted to be on the west side and was excited to send my son to Tully also. Unfortunately, I have learned that our school funding is being cut dramatically at the end of this school year, which concerns me greatly for what next year will be like for us. Number one, how is the magnet budget determined? By school size or other criteria? Is this reviewed annually? What checks and balances are in place to ensure funds are distributed equally among all magnet schools? What happens to unused funds if not exhausted within the school year? We are due to lose ESSER funds at the end of the school year. Currently, this is helping us pay for support staff roles and will greatly affect all grade levels at the school when we eliminate 6 positions before the next school year. That is the majority, if not all, of our support staff roles from my understanding. 1, what do we need to do to keep crucial staff support members at our magnet school? Are there other funds, resources available to us to make up this loss? Thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns, and I look forward to learning more about the magnet budget for our incredible school. Renee Rogers. Next is Jay Tovar. I cannot attend the board meeting in person or via Zoom, so I am writing in to advocate for the lack of funding at Tully Magnet Elementary. My children go here, and the entire staff and school community is the best I've experienced. My kids have learned and grown so much from attending Tully. I was recently made aware that we will be losing 6 teacher assistants due to ESSER funds expiring. Because of this, I would like to ask, how does TUSD allocate magnet funds? Can more funds be allocated towards the progress of investing in equity at Tully? Can TUSD explore its magnet budget and increase what's being allocated for Tully Elementary School? Thank you, Joe Tovar, proud Tully parent. Next is Beth Darnell. Board members, I am writing as both a TUSD teacher and taxpayer regarding the loss of several key support positions at our school due to the termination of ESSER funding that was designed to ameliorate learning loss. Our site administration chose to use that funding to pay for teacher aide positions, which for the last 3 years has not only been a godsend to teachers, but a huge asset to our student community. The teachers' aides represent a diverse group of women, several of whom are multilingual, as well as just being wonderful, caring humans. As a kindergarten teacher, these women have collectively reduced my on-the-job stress by their presence and willingness to step in and help students who are struggling both emotionally and academically, allowing me to more effectively teach. We have grown extremely fond of them, and they are part of the family that our principal and staff have strived to create. Losing them will be devastating for all of us, but mostly for the students who rely on them, from everything to teaching electives and after-school tutoring to taking them for a short walk to calm down after an emotional escalation. As a taxpayer in TUSD, I struggle to see how so many funded positions that do not help teachers or students continue to exist. I recently attended a training given by someone who was flown in from Austin, then attended an almost identical training online on the PLD day. I see waste in many areas and truly wish the board would consider more seriously where money is allocated in our district and divert more to positions like those being lost at Tully. If TUSD wants to attract teachers and students, I believe it needs to be more willing to pay good support staff like our wonderful teacher aides. Beth Darnell, kindergarten teacher, Tully Gate Magnet Elementary. Next is from Jen Sewell-Hill. Greetings, TUSD board. My name is Jen Sewell-Hill. I have the great fortune of serving as second-year school counselor intern at Tully Magnet Elementary. I am also a TUSD parent and an active volunteer, currently of Ross Scrooge Bilingual Magnet K-8 and formerly of Davis Bilingual Elementary, as well as a former employee at Borden Magnet Elementary, as well as Sam Hughes. Having now be a part of several TUSD school communities as both a parent and an employee, my dismay centers around the disparities I observe concerning the allocation of funds, specifically the magnet budgets and how they are appropriated. I see here at Tully how our amazing, collegiable, and collaborative staff and Principal Wilkin continue to do so much with so little. But I don't understand why we are working with so little. Why does our school risk losing up to 10 staff positions in the coming year when other magnet schools have much more money to work with? We risk rupturing our amazing team of staff, and it is our students who will suffer most because of it. I'm not talking about ESSER or Title I monies. Though that is concerning, I am isolating this concern to the magnet department. Magnet is under equity, diversity, and inclusion. What is equitable about a similar sized school with a similar student demographic receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars less per year, year after year? How is this money allocated? What's the rubric? Transparency and equity. This is my basic request. Thank you for hearing my concern and for your attention to this matter. Jen Sewell-Hill, counselor intern at Tully Magnet Elementary. Next is Kaya Chesney. Dear board, I want to preface this by thanking you for the work you do. I've seen the district grow in amazing ways, and so much of that has been influenced by you. My name is Kaya Lacey, and I'm a proud product of TUSD. I went to Fort Lowell, Pickett, and Project Moore, and now I am a mom of 2 TUSD children attending Tully Magnet Elementary on the west side. A couple of weeks ago, the board acknowledged the importance of equity within TUSD when considering reallocation of district funding and the Department of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. The sheer volume of parents, educators, and community members who showed up in support of EDI department sent a blaring message in and of itself regarding the high priority that equity, diversity, and inclusion has for families in our district. Given that, I learned that my son's school, Tully Elementary, was losing every single teaching assistant for next year due to lack of funding. I was confused. I don't know if you've been to Tully or have been there recently, but ours is a very special school. It's a school where families and educators celebrate and nurture community that includes families from diverse religious, cultural, economic, racial, and regional backgrounds. Within our demographics, 65% are listed as Hispanic, 13% Black, 12% white, 4% Native, 4% Asian, and 3% mixed. About 70% of students come from low-income families. Our school isn't fancy. It doesn't have the bells and whistles of its many magnet counterparts. We do have a garden, a playground, and a grassy field, and a cafeteria that's filled up with a lot of laughter most days. What we may lack in fresh paint and upgraded equipment is overshadowed by the strong, compassionate, and eager emphasis our school places on pursuing creative and relevant ways to engage its children and support equitable opportunities for learning, development, and success. During the pandemic, when our school received ESSER funds, they didn't go to a new gym, basketball court, or nicer amenities. The majority of these funds were directly invested in teacher assistants with the hopes that their work might further that equity of opportunity for students. Investing in these teaching assistants proved to be incredibly wise, and these TAs impacted Tully in amazing ways by supporting a better quality after-school program, accommodating more elective options for our kids, assisting with academic interventions, and increasing safety and supervision on campus. These teacher assistants have played a crucial role in building better futures for our students of Tully. Their service has directly influenced greater accessibility for all students towards academic success, and test scores have gone up. There's still a long way to go to ensure greater equity at Tully, but the progress that these TAs have influenced is clear. Tully needs this staff at their school. Thank you, Kaya Lacey. Next is from Guadalupe Henninger. My name is Guadalupe Henninger. Please approve from consent agenda the request for ratification of 5.14 salary and expenses vouchers and item 5.15 summary of student activity funds. We need to call our GOP-led U.S. House of Representatives and tell them to start governing and stop the political dysfunction. There is a small group of GOP House members who are being a roadblock to progress, even if their own country economy is at stake. They are in disarray, berating and ousting anyone who dare to govern, compromise to avoid a shutdown, and put people and their country economy first. It's mind-blowing that one member, who by the way is facing corruption allegations, can single-handedly oust their own Speaker of the House. They are obligated to abide by the oath they took to uphold the Constitution. The Constitution is the law of the land. We live in a nation ruled by law, not by men. We have a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. The people chose officials to make laws to protect their constitutional rights. Call them and tell them to stop political games and to start governing. They need to address the root causes and come up with funds to stabilize those who are being displaced by dictators. The GOP-led House needs to start governing and come up with a budget to invest in paid leave, health care, child care, education, clean air, clean water, and nutrition. These investments are good for our economy. Sincerely, Guadalupe Henninger. Next is from Richard Hernandez. And reading this, I know there's children in the audience. So I'm not comfortable reading this. Okay, so if this can be emailed to the board, I would appreciate that. I don't feel comfortable reading it in front of children. And that's it. That concludes our call to the audience.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Ekstrom. And thank you, everybody that came and spoke tonight, and for the letters as well. We always appreciate your comment. And you're the community as well as us on the board, and we need to hear from you. So again, thank you. Board members, we've got any comment? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody who spoke out tonight. There were a lot of comments, and I think it was really important. Everything about the preserving the AP positions was very enlightening, so thank you to everyone who spoke on that tonight. Also, thank you to all the community members and staff from Tully who are advocating for their school. I appreciate that a lot, and it was also very enlightening. Let's see. And yeah, I'll save the rest of my comments for the agenda items. Thank you.
Mr. Romero.
Real quick, I like to give out those accolades to our school administration across the district that deal with the average Tuesday every day of the week. I appreciate you. And I know visiting some schools, when I had something planned and all of a sudden there was an event that wasn't planned, I know I had assistant principal take me for my tour. So again, thank you very much for teaching us what an average Tuesday look at some of our high schools.
Anybody else? Okay. I just make a comment. Again, thank you for coming. We hear you, and your comments will not fall to deaf ears. So, again, thank you for that. And just a quick comment in terms of some of the procedural things that board members do. Robert's Rules of Order. I'm already working with Mr. Council Ross on perhaps doing a refresher for board members. That's already been in the works before this evening. You don't do Robert Rules of Order every day, so it's always nice, and I appreciate his guidance each and every meeting. So thank you, Council Ross. Okay, we are going to. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Trujillo. Oops-a-doodle.
President Luna Rose. Just a couple of comments. Number one, I want to thank the Tully community for coming out and supporting the teachers' assistants, but just a couple of items of note. The Magnet Department and their budgets are overseen by our Assistant Superintendent for Equity Diversity, Dr. Brown, as well as our Senior Director for EDI, Cameron Taravati. They have not recommended any changes to budgets, any cuts, or for that matter, any increases. So the school is going to be receiving the same budget that it received last year. The amount of salary and compensation for the current 6 ESSER-funded positions for TAs is in excess of $250,000. To be able to cover that out of desegregation funding requires a public performance impact analysis and would require budgets from the other magnet schools to be shifted accordingly, would require a new investment of magnet program funding, which could also affect current magnet programs throughout the district. It's not something we would be able to just do administratively. According to the commitments we've made for our post-unitary status, it would have to go through the performance impact analysis. So just wanted to make sure that we put that out there in the public space, because it does involve the usage of desegregation dollars. Dr. Brown and her leadership team, they have convened a committee on alternative approaches to funding magnets. They did make the recommendation that the committee hold this year because of the impact of the loss of ESSER funds, and wanted to make sure that the impact of the loss of ESSER was felt before engaging in that work. But I know she is excited with her team to pick up that work and to come up with some alternative proposals for how we assign magnet budgets with desegregation dollars. Currently, it is by enrollment and the cost of theme. We have a variety of different magnet themes across the district. Some of those magnet themes vary in cost in terms of how much it is to sustain a theme with its equipment and its personnel costs. And then you have enrollment, which is the size of a magnet program within a school. Making things more difficult is overall loss of enrollment. So when you see that, for example, at Tully, there was an enrollment decrease for 23-24, and unfortunately, the students that were lost were also Title I eligible students. So the dollars that those students generate for the school's title budget are also lost as those students leave the school and the district, further shrinking the school's title budget. That is not a situation that's unique to Tully. It is a challenge that we're facing throughout the district through our normal attrition and loss of enrollment, and we'll see that a little bit more when we get to our Title I presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Okay, we are now going to 7.1. Approval to award request for proposal RFP 2400-TUS1, grade 6 to 12 secondary English language arts adoption.
Yes, President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, we are very, very exciting. We're very excited. This is the culmination of a very, very long and collaborative process to determine the classroom texts and the primary text materials for English language arts classes throughout the district for 6th through 12th grade. And we're here for a recommendation this evening. Kicking us off via Zoom because she's feeling under the weather is Dr. Flory Hewitt, our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. And then on the ground this evening, we have some teacher guests that were part of the committee, as well as some other committee members from the district office will be speaking in support of tonight's recommendation. And of course, leading our ground presentation is our Senior Director for Curriculum Development, Heidi Aranda. But first, I'd like to throw it over to our Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Hewitt, to open this item up.
Do we have, oh, there she is.
She's on mute or something.
Dr. Hewitt, I do believe you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize for that. I started and I'll go ahead and restart again. Good evening, governing board members, President Luna Rose, Dr. Trujillo, legal counsel. I do apologize that I'm not there in person. However, it is too momentous for me not to be able to at least start the introduction for tonight's presentation. It is a momentous occasion for curriculum and instruction because it was on a day like this 24 years ago that a governing board approved an English language arts core curriculum for our secondary grades. My department is committed to changing that trend to ensure that we adopt core curriculum that is timely, that is research-based, and that is vetted by our community and stakeholders. So for tonight's presentation, our purpose, I'm sorry, go back one slide. Our purpose is to request governing board approval for the adoption of our district secondary English language arts adoption as recommended by our committee and in accordance with governing board policy IJJ, and also to present a tentative timeline for providing training and professional development for our secondary ELA teachers and implementation in the 24-25 school year. The next slide simply shows the reference to policy code IJJ, which essentially gives us the responsibility to recommend resources that will support and enrich the curriculum, taking into consideration varied interests, abilities, learning styles, also recommending resources that stimulate growth, that are based on factual knowledge, critical thinking skills, and also to ensure that we produce productive citizens in our district and in our world. So the next slide just discusses what the general scope of work for the secondary ELA adoption was. And as you can see on the slide, our request for proposal looked for a vendor that had curriculum that was aligned to the Arizona state standards, that was evidence-based core literacy program to develop the competencies for 6th to 12th grade students, and also that it included all the essential components of language literacy and effective teaching practices for a diverse range of student learners through differentiated lessons and materials for literacy. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Heidi Aranda. And thank you for allowing me to present, Dr. Trujillo.
All right. Good evening, Governing Board. So I would like to begin by thanking our dedicated committee members for the very detailed work they did to make our adoption process successful. As you can see, we had quite a few teachers participate, as well as educators, other educators within the district. And we were so fortunate to have Ms. Du Bois with us, a parent who really brought an important voice to the table. I'd also like to acknowledge the people that are here tonight. We have a couple of our teachers, one with her very young child in the back, There she is. Alyssa LaRue and Becca Rule are here joining us tonight, as well as Junko Sequoy, our program coordinator for multicultural curriculum. Dana Islas, our program manager of academic standards. Pamela Dean and Tani Arieta, who are both ELA professional development academic trainers. These members reviewed 16 programs, attended 4 vendor presentations, 5 committee meetings, all in the evenings after doing their full day of work. And overall, they spent about 30 hours of their own time in this process volunteering. So I just wanted to say how much we appreciate them and their viewpoints. Okay. So our adoption process initiated 5 months ago when we released the request for proposals on September 6th. Committee members at that time evaluated 16 submissions to the RFP and narrowed the list down to our top 4 programs. At that time, we put these 4 programs on public display for 60 days. The public display was at Howenstein Professional Learning Center, as well as on our TUSD1.org website on the front page, as well as a unique page for the ELA adoption. We then attended vendor program presentations. These presentations, as well as our committee meetings, were open to the public and were announced on the district's website. Following the presentations, the committees sent the vendors our request for their best and final offers, and after reviewing the best and final offers, we did a final evaluation and as a committee made our recommendation. As I mentioned, we had a 60-day review, which is required for core textbook adoptions. During this time of the public display, we did the following to encourage educators and the public to view the materials and provide feedback. We dedicated a room at Howenstein Professional Learning Center to display the materials and provided scoring sheets for members to give written feedback. We provided information on our front page of our website, as well as the curriculum website, and as I mentioned, a specific ELA adoption page. We presented to administrators at their monthly meetings, as well as communicated in principal weekly messages. Monthly messages were sent to educators in our curriculum and instruction newsletter, and a parent notice was sent from communications in the parent newsletter as well. This is some of the feedback that we received. I won't read it all. However, I just took some of the most important ones. I think, you can see where we are recommending a program that has had a solid track record here in Arizona districts. They have many supports for families within the program and a website just dedicated to families. It gives teachers a lot of flexibility and the ability to be creative with the curriculum, build their own playlist and share that playlist with other teachers, so that encourages collaborative planning. It is very comprehensive, not only in the curriculum, but in their assessment capabilities. And I won't go over all of them, but you can see there were very positive comments about the specific program. So at this time, based on the recommendation of the ELA Adoption Committee and District Administration, we are recommending adoption of My Perspectives from SAVAS for grades 6 to 12 English Language Arts for an estimated cost of $3 million financed over 5 years. Following adoption tonight, your curriculum team will begin an extensive process for ordering, processing, delivering materials, developing curriculum around this new adoption, developing an assessment plan and professional development plan as well. So that you're aware, these are materials that will arrive to us before June 30th, which allows us plenty of time so that they are in students' hand right from the beginning of the school year. Upon receipt of those materials, we inventory them, barcode them, enter them into Destiny Web, and then we prepare them for delivery to sites. We will work immediately with the vendor to develop a comprehensive multi-year plan for professional development that will begin this summer at the latest. As you can see, there are many different formats. We will provide summer institutes, training for CSPs at what we call CIPDA Academy. We will provide that to principals as well. We will provide PD to teachers during our professional learning days on Wednesdays. And then teachers will have a whole catalog of self-paced professional development available to them on mysavvistraining.com. So our teachers, students, and families are excited about the opportunity to improve teaching and learning and literacy in grades 6 through 12 with these new materials. I would like to thank our district leadership and the governing board for your commitment to resourcing our educators and students with high quality curriculum materials that provides them the ability to deliver a guaranteed and viable curriculum. I would also like to thank the ELA Adoption Committee that has worked hard over the past 5 months and has taken their job seriously to select this important textbook. So at this time, I'm open to any questions that you might have.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Aranda, for the presentation. And this is exciting for the district. So I will open up to my colleagues. Board members, do you have any questions? Dr. Shaw.
Great. Thank you, President Luna Rose, and thank you everyone on this committee for all of your excellent work on this. You know, I've learned that having a strong evidence-based curriculum is one of the most important things in terms of addressing English language acquisition for our students. And we know that our middle school students are where we really are challenged in terms of raising academic achievement year after year. And so I'm really excited about getting an evidence-based curriculum in place. So my question is more kind of on the ground for the student and parent perspective. So my daughter will be a 7th grader next year. What's going to be different for her with this new curriculum compared to this year now? And what would be different with me as a parent with this curriculum than it is now?
That's a great question. I think you'll see a lot of changes or difference. You'll see a fully integrated paper technology integrated into Canvas. Our current adoption does not have a digital component to it. It was 24 years old, so way before that age. And so you'll see also as a parent that you have access to the materials and the assignments that your student is doing, as well as, you know, just information about how to support them when they're struggling. I think you'll see that your child will be probably carrying their textbook everywhere, you know, digitally. But our students will also, and our teachers were very clear about this, that they wanted their students to be able to hold a book as well as have that digital support.
Okay. Questions, Ms. Shaw?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the presentation. My question is to piggyback on Dr. Shaw's question. Do you or anyone here know about the budget amount for our previous ELA curriculum that we've been using?
I do not. I don't know if Diana Kerfoot, nope, she doesn't. I do not. We could look back perhaps and get that information back to you.
Okay, I'm just curious if it's like comparable or if like with this new proposed adoption, if that's something that is like a yearly charge that we had to do previously.
Dr. Trujillo.
The total out the door cost is going to be $3 million broken up over 5 years. Once the $3 million is done, it's done. So it really is a one-time cost of $3 million made possible by capital. And in terms of differentiation cost, though we do have to get the information because the last textbook adoption and purchase was over 2 decades ago, probably because of inflation, probably because of the digital components. I would venture to say that all other factors applying, this is probably more expensive than when we did this 24 years ago.
To give a little bit of a comparison, when we adopted the K-5 curriculum, I want to say it was 5 years ago, it was $5 million. The ELA K-5 program.
Okay, like in a one-time payment or
It
staggered?
was, we financed it over 5 years,
Okay,
just like this.
I see.
Yeah.
I think sometimes when we see stuff like this, we have like an example of some of the curriculum or textbooks available.
Bring
Do
a
we
box.
have that?
I did. You want to get it, Dana? I just didn't know.
Right.
But I do. I have a box of, I think it's 9th grade freshmen.
Okay, and that went through like a review process with the public as well?
60 days. It was displayed at Hallenstein Professional Learning Center. However, it was also on our website and digital access was provided.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? I had a question. So 24 years ago, if I'm doing my math right, that's year 2000. So and I'm not going to speak on behalf of previous boards, but why so long, I guess is my question.
Ricky could probably give a better explanation for this, but it really was availability of capital. There was a long time where in the state of Arizona, capital funds were very limited, right?
Okay.
President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, we're back to that infamous $160 million shortage of capital funding to this district because of legislative cuts that were enacted 2010, clear all the way up to 2019. So in those times, unfortunately, capital just had to be restricted to deferred maintenance, facilities issues, and a lot of our curricular needs just went unmet until very recently.
Okay. And any other questions? We've got board members looking through these documents.
Yeah, this is exciting. I see.
Yeah.
The Outsiders, one of my personal favorites from school years.
It will come with many novels
right.
that you're not seeing tonight, but part of that will be a selection process as well.
Okay.
Dr. Shaw.
Yeah, Ms. Luna Rose, I'd like to move the item.
Okay.
Second.
All right, so we moved by Dr. Shaw and seconded by Ms. Ekstrom. Any other questions?
I just want to appreciate you all for being here and for giving us some examples. This kind of brings it into perspective. Like, my daughter's in 5th grade, but I kind of see what you mean by these things. She has ones that are like more paper-based, and there's a lot of good information. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, same as a parent who's a child in high school, this, I think, as she's going in her last couple of years, I think this will be very exciting. So thank you for bringing it to us. So we've got a motion on the floor, approval to award request for proposal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yay. Okay, so now we are on to 7.3, 24-25 school year renewal of employee benefits. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, governing board members, I'd like to welcome our benefits team to the podium. We have our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ricky Hernandez, our Chief Human Capital Officer, Mr. John Fernandez, who did a lot of the work with EBTB. We also have our guests from Valley Schools, our benefits consultant that will be here also speaking to tonight's recommendation for employee benefits for the 24-25 school year. Mr. Fernandez.
Okay. Good evening, board members, Madam President. If I could recognize our board member, Ms. Sadie Shaw, for as a previous liaison to the Employee Benefits Trust, and of course, Dr. Ravi Shah as our repeat liaison to the Employee Benefits Trust. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present this year's 24-25 benefit renewal package. Before I get started, thank you for accommodating our guests today. We do have representatives from Valley Schools, our consultant who assists us through the process. So we have Mr. Thomas Elliott and Mr. Elvis Becerra from Valley Schools. And then also, if I could, I want to introduce our staff as well. Ms. Rosie Ledesma, who runs our benefits office, as well as I think Monique Brito is here. She's our key support staff member in the back. So I just want to recognize their presence and thank them for joining us today. I'm here to present the proposal to the governing board for your review and hopefully approval tonight. And as you know, I also serve not only as the head of human resources, but also as a trustee as well, so I can give you both opportunities to see the perspective of the trust at the right time. So we currently work with several providers to offer our employees a variety of benefits, ranging from medical, dental coverage to pet insurance. We have the same benefits package that you've seen before. Most of that is in place with one new product that we'll talk about a little bit later, but these are our current partners here on slide 2. In general, we are proposing to maintain our current medical, dental, and vision plans. As you know, our medical plan provides employees with 3 options. Our PPO, our high deductible health plans, as we call it, the high deductible $1,600. It used to be $1,500, it's now $1,600. And then the high deductible $3,200 plan. They used to be $1,500 and $3,000, but due to IRS guidelines, we've adjusted those deductibles higher as the IRS has made their inflation adjustments. For 2024 to 2025, the cost for our medical coverage has increased by 5%. And by comparison, national trends are closer to 7%. So we are happy to have, to be able to have worked with the trust and our consultants on a plan that doesn't hit that national trend and it comes in below it. The rates for the remainder of our benefits plan are going to essentially stay the same. So really what we're going to focus on is what it's costing us for the health insurance coverage. And again, everything that we offered last year, we're offering this year. The only additional product that you'll see this time is from Colonial Life. And this is a supplemental insurance for accidental and hospital kind of gap coverage to help cover out-of-pocket expenses in those situations. As I mentioned, no change to the PPO. The adjustments to the high deductible plans due to conformance with IRS guidelines. No changes to our pharmacy plan. And again, this is under UMR, our current partner. This is the key slide I want to just focus on. So again, what we're trying to do this year is just maintain the set of options that we're providing employees for their health insurance coverage. And we're, again, offering the PPO and the 2 high deductible plans. And as you can see, employees can be covered as employee only or can add their families into any of these plans. So what you'll see there is those options, and then you'll see what the monthly rates were for the fiscal year 24 period. That's the 23-24 monthly rate on that first column. And then you'll see the 24-25 monthly rate next to it, and the change from fiscal year to fiscal year. So again, there is an increase in the overall cost. And what happens then is that TUSD, as the employer, covers its portion, the employer's share of those premiums, and then the employee is typically recovering the remainder of that share. So you'll see under that second set of columns, the TUSD percentage of monthly rate, that is the percentage of the premium that TUSD is covering. And you'll see the increases in that shaded column from this fiscal year to next. And what the increase will be to the district in paying its employee share. Now, again, what we would normally expect is the employee bearing the remainder of the cost for the premium. And what happened this year, though, is recognizing that over the last couple of years, the board has been concerned about the rising costs of insurance coverage and had taken actions to subsidize both a portion of the employer share as well as the employee increases. So last year, for instance, the board approved funding to cover 50% of the increases to the employer as well as hold the employee harmless last year. So going into this proposal, we had initially produced a proposal without subsidy and to look at what the employee would bear, but subsequently in the past couple of meetings, the EBT came up with a recommendation to use a portion of reserves to cover the employee only increases for next year. So what you'll see here is that is on the right side where you're looking at the employee cost. The employees for next plan year 2024-2025 will not be seeing an increase in their rates due to the subsidy contribution that the Employee Benefits Trust has decided to recommend, and the district supports that recommendation to keep the employees harmless for another plan year. This is just more detail on the subsidy. Like I said, this is coming from the EBT fund, their reserves. The EBT is required to maintain a minimum of 6 months of reserves based on projected claims. So that amount is about $18 million currently, or projected for this year. And the projected trust amount is in the area of $22 million. So to cover the employee-only subsidy, the EBT authorized using $370,000 from its reserve to continue last year's subsidy, as well as an additional $731,000 to cover the FY 2025 increase. So that's comes to a total of about $1.1 million. Now, again, this is because there are resources in excess of the 6-month minimum. However, the EBT did want to express its concern that we review that reserve policy to make sure going forward the trust is still meeting that requirement, in addition to providing affordable benefits for our employees. I'm going to go through the rest of these pretty quickly because, as I said, the medical was really the focal point where the increases were seen. For the remainder of the benefits, there aren't going to be any changes to the fiscal year 2025 monthly rate. So we have our Delta Dental PPO plan. We have a dental HMO plan through Employers Dental Service, EDS. No changes to the rates. VSP provides our vision plan, and again, no changes to the monthly rates. Sun Life with its life insurance and disability insurance offerings. These are the rates, and again, no changes for next year. This is the new product from Colonial. It's 100% employee sponsored. It's from Colonial Life, and they're basically offering accidental insurance and also medical bridge insurance to help cover out-of-pocket costs should you be in these types of situations. So this is kind of a gap insurance product that they're offering this year. No changes to our COBRA administration, critical illness, through MetLife, employee legal through Hyatt Legal Plans, Jorgensen Brooks, which is our employee assistance program, our Wellness Council of Arizona Wellness Program, and then our WEX flexible savings account and dependent daycare offerings. So these will, again, stay the same as last year, no increase in any rates. And then finally, for pet owners, we offer pet insurance through United Care and Nationwide. And at this point, we don't expect any increases in the monthly rates either. So in summary, what we're here today to present is the proposed 2025 benefits plan. We're asking for your review and hopefully approval. When you say approval, the timing is once the board approves, we begin the preparation for our open enrollment period, which begins in April. So we hope this will meet your expectations and gain your support. Again, a reminder, this year we've been able to work with the trust to contribute from the reserves $1.1 million to offset employee increases for the coming year. And then beyond the next fiscal year, we're going to be going out with an RFP to look at the next phase of health insurance, of medical insurance coverage. And we're very cognizant of the fact that in the future there may not be options for additional resources to subsidize employer or employee shares. So we're really going to be looking closely at the medical benefits plan design and all of our options to prepare the district for that future. But again, for the next fiscal year, we did find a solution to assist our employees, and we're glad to bring it to you for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fernandez, for the presentation. Board members, Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Luna Rose. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Hernandez, and our Employees Benefit Trust for taking our governing board feedback from the previous meeting that we wanted to find ways to limit any increase of cost to our employees. And I'm glad that we're using, I know you're using the word subsidy, I'll say premium overpayment in our reserve to then go back to our employees to help keep the costs down. And I think, it's been 4 years since we've increased any employee contribution to their health insurance. So I'm really proud that we've been able to do that for 4 years, whether it's through using ESSER funds for employee benefits or now the premium overpayment and the 6-month reserve over that amount to fund this. And but I know you said we're going to be hitting a fiscal cliff probably next year when it comes to our benefits. And I'm glad we can at least do this now and really look at out-of-the-box options for our employees. And as a physician, I've seen way too often, my patients going without care, without their medications, without visits, because they can't afford to come in, or they lose insurance for a few months, or something else happens. And I don't want to see our employees go through that. I don't want our employees deciding not to get their medications or to come in for appointments because of high deductibles or other issues. And so we'll be continue fighting this. But I'm grateful that we can at least do this and keep our premiums from increasing this year.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Yes, I'm a previous member of the committee, and I definitely learned a lot, and I thank all the committee members who are present for their hard work in, trying to make insurance affordable. I have a couple questions. First is, how much is currently in the Employee Benefits Trust Fund?
So based on projections through the end of this fiscal year, I think the estimate was $22 million.
And then what did you say, that we have to keep it at a certain threshold?
So I believe our reserve policy is in the 6 to 8 month range. So the target is between 6 to 8 months. And what happens is if you go below the minimum or you go above the 8 months range, then it triggers a set of actions. So for instance, if you go below the minimum, we would have to come up with a plan to restore the minimum reserve levels, perhaps coming to the board to work on what resources might be available to do so. And then, of course, if we get above the 8 months, it works in the opposite direction. We would need a plan to reduce that reserve and ensure that we're not collecting excess amounts in the reserve. So it is more of a zone, but with the minimum being at 6 months.
Okay, and how does the 6 months transfer as far as a dollar amount?
These 6 months is about $18 million for this year. That's the estimated 6 month amount.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up question, if I may. Dr. Shaw mentioned a premium overpayment. How much in the fund currently is due to the premium overpayment?
So I don't want to characterize it one way or the other. I think what Dr. Shaw is saying is that we typically would target 6 months, and what happens that we have an amount in the reserves over the 6 months. It's not at the 8-month level, but it is in excess of 6 months. So a determination of whether those resources remain in the reserve or can be used for purposes such as a subsidy, that's a determination that the trust has to make. And it was a couple of meetings for them to gather information, to get projections on what the reserve would look like under several scenarios going forward, and then determine that that in this situation this year, the amount to subsidize both the employer and employee would seem to be too much to take on because of the amount by which it would reduce the reserves. But the employee portion was deemed to be more reasonable. So for this year, the trust determined that from the current reserves and its projections, that 1.1 million was something that they could support this year.
I see. Well, I would like a number about that, like, because if an overpayment happened to our employees and that money is currently in the fund, shouldn't we just refund our employees instead of having it remain in the fund?
Well, I think the only way I can answer that in one way is that it's a projected amount, and it's a, like I said, a 6 to 8 month zone, and it all depends on experience in that year. So right now we're in the middle of a plan year, and we're projecting to the end of the year, assuming nothing else goes awry. So there's assuming that we're not going to get an onset of all these high claims that come in all of a sudden. So in that projection, we're looking at ending the year at 22 million. If things change over the 6 months, it could be less than that. And so that's the reason why it's not an exact amount, but it's a projection based on conditions that we're experiencing this year. And in addition to that, I think Valley Schools would attest to the fact that our performance this year is actually better than was projected. But on some years it'll be worse. So I think that's the issue of determining when that reserve policy is adequate. And currently the trustee is operating under its bylaws under a 6 to 8 month reserve policy requirement. So we are going to revisit that reserve policy. That's going to be set for a future meeting. We're asking our consultants at Valley to give us their view and maybe take a look around at other similar jurisdictions to determine whether there need to be adjustments to that policy. But that conversation has not completed yet.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, Dr. Trujillo.
I'm glad that the conversation went to claims, because that's really the wild card in any plan year. And in a self-funded organization like we are, you live and die each year by the extent to which you have claims that could be termed as catastrophic illness, which are significantly more expensive than routine preventative types of healthcare. So, and I think the classic push and pull between the administration and our Employee Benefits Trust Board is that number. As Dr. Shaw put it, when you do have an excess of 6 months operating costs, we typically would like to see some of those dollars funneled back to the employees. But our benefits consultants and our Employee Benefits Trust Board do a very good job of saying, wait a minute, it only takes a couple of spikes in catastrophic illness to wipe this surplus out and take us below the 6 month mark. So that sort of magic number has always been elusive. So we're always looking to Valley Schools to provide any additional research or data, because it does change from year to year to year, where one year we can have a really good year, and then the next year, unfortunately, we could be hit with some of those higher priced claims that could take away our surplus. So it's definitely a moving target from year to year. I'm just thankful that this year, the Employee Benefits Trust Board saw fit to contribute over $1 million towards staving off the rising costs of healthcare for our employees. Mr. Fernandez? Yes,
I think that's exactly right. And again, when they did projections on optimistic, pessimistic scenario. I think the truth of the matter is once you get out into that 5-year projection, I think the reality is that we are going to see that reserve decline and not be as healthy as it is today. And so our job is to, over this coming year, to look at ways to address our benefits options and what we are able to offer our employees, but in a way that we can afford it and maintain the solvency of the trust. So that's going to be the tricky part. So this year, I think we were fine. It took a lot of discussion. And we'll look at the reserve policy again and make sure that everyone's comfortable with that. But going forward, we know we have some hard decisions and discussions to have regarding the future of our benefits plan.
Okay.
And this is everywhere. It's not just, I think every jurisdiction's struggling with the same situation just because costs are rising in all areas, pharmaceuticals, healthcare, catching up with inflation, an aging population. It's just, the trends are working against us, but nevertheless, we'll do our best.
Board members, any other questions? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I know you mentioned that soon we'll be starting the RFP process, and I certainly hope that that produces some more affordable health insurance options. But until then, we did have a community member speak at the call to the audience in regards to subs being able to go into or being given an option to elect into our health insurance programs, specifically those subs who are full-time. I believe she said that, according to the Affordable Care Act, any full-time employee or worker should be allowed to seek health insurance benefits. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, we're happy to look into it. I mean, at this point, my understanding of the requirements are that you have to work a minimum of 30 hours a week on a regular basis, and that's the determinant for eligibility. If there's additional information, then we can have that discussion. I think we do have I don't know if we've finalized the schedule. We do have a meeting with our substitute partners to to kind of get updates on issues that are on their radar. So this can be one of those items. Our consultants are here as well, so they heard the input. So we'll have to look at that and see and have further conversations with Ms. De Vera and her colleagues as well. So we'll look at that and see what what comes of it. But I didn't hear the number of days threshold. I'm familiar with the number of hours per week you have to work on a regular basis as being the eligibility threshold, which is what we operate under.
Right. I think she said that about 45 subs are working full-time currently, and
Right.
subs at this point, they're not able to enjoy our health benefits.
Yeah, I don't think we at this point. We just you'd have to exceed that 30-hour work. I'm not certain that we offer. Do we offer that?
Dr. Trio.
Yeah, we cannot and do not deny under the Affordable Care Act eligible subs that have worked the required amount of hours to participate in our health care coverage. I wholeheartedly agree with the speaker at Call to the Audience that the majority of subs already come to us with other insurance plans, either through loved one's spouse or through their retirement plans. But we do want to make sure that we are making it widely known what the requirements are when you want to go and pursue healthcare with the district in terms of required hours per week. If there is a situation where there is a sub who meets this requirement and wants insurance coverage, by all means, contact Ms. Ledesma. That is not a matter of us choosing. We have to do that as a matter of law under the Affordable Care Act.
Okay, thanks for saying that. But I know, if I remember correctly, there's a certain date each school year that employees have to sign up for it, and if that date passes, then they miss their opportunity. So, with subs being full-time, I know, with the retirement thing, there's always they have to prove that they'll be full-time first. And so how are we, if they're able to, speak to someone, if they're interested now, without that date already being passed, that would be great. But if somebody knows. So for the subs who are listening now, they can kind of get some direction.
Yeah, if you would allow us to meet with Mr. Vera, we do have a scheduled meeting. I think we're working on the right date and time, and we'll make sure we're clear on the situation with the sub that she's identified, because we provided that information at her request to make sure she had that. And then again, as Dr. Trujillo said, we want to be in compliance with the Affordable Care Act, so we'll make sure that is done. But if you let us get into the details, we'll be happy to do so. And then April is our planned open enrollment period. So between now and April, we'll have that meeting and be able to provide follow-up if needed.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Romero.
And just to, I guess, on the employees that are choosing to use the district's benefits, and I know the amount of employees that are putting into that is what keeps it vibrant. Do we know how we've been over the years? Are we maintaining our employees on their benefits? Are we losing them? Are we gaining them? Do we know what that trajectory looks like? So
this is my first complete year. I do want to say that based on looking at the past data, I think we've seen a decline from more years ago, but we're sort of flattened out in these couple of years, because we're at about 4,500 employees, 6,000 members, total members, which is, I think, similar to what we were last year. So at this point, we're maintaining around where we were last year.
Do we have plans to try to help increase that with them, or are these plans that you're looking at for the future going to possibly help that out with an increased enrollment?
So, I mean, obviously cost is an issue, and then the subsidies over the last several years have been helpful to maintain and, keep our members with us. I think, yes, the commitment is, as we look forward, we're trying to offer an affordable array of options for employees. And that's a challenge. It's not easy to do that, but we certainly want our benefits available to our employees as part of their compensation package with the district. Not just your pay, but that we're able to offer you benefits for your family and for other other needs. So that's going to be the challenge in the coming year. But that's our goal. From HR standpoint, of course, we want to retain our employees. We want to attract employees. So that's going to be, again, the challenge. We'll be working with our consultants to pull every idea out of the book. And then also we're engaging, as part of the preparation for next year, engaging with our stakeholders, not just through, surveying information, which is, definitely planned, but also working with our collective bargaining groups and so forth, so that they're a part of the process, can provide input along the way as we head into this next round of RFP and determining our benefits for the next 5 years.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ekstrom.
I think it's important that we survey our employees, because we need to know exactly why they aren't choosing our health insurance. And I think that would be beneficial as to how we go out and get these quotes back. So I would say we should do that sooner rather than later.
Yes, ma'am. That's our plan. Once we get through this approval, we're going to be getting our plans ready for the next round, and we're working with our consultants on how we can design and get a survey out to employees to get the information you're referring to.
Even if it's just having them, give comments, I think it's important for us to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Shaw.
President Luna-Rose, I'll move to approve the recommended employees benefit package for fiscal year 24-25, which includes no premium increases for our employees.
Second.
All right. I've got a motion by Dr. Shaw, second by Ms. Ekstrom. Can I get a roll call vote, Ms. Popo?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Ms. Luna-Rose?
Yes. Okay. Passes
Okay.
5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to the Employee Benefits Trust and Dr. Shaw and Ms. Shaw for all their work. I know it's a lot. Okay, we are on to 7.4, Governing Board Policy JICA, Student Dress Revision, second reading. Dr. Trujillo.
President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, just to kind of take a step back, 30,000-foot view, talk about the vision, the goals that we have here before we get into the nuts and the bolts of the language. Number one is a recognition that the times have changed. This is a new generation of learners. It's a new generation of young people. Dress in my day as a kid coming up in the 80s and in the 90s was just an expression of what you thought was cool. That pretty much was it. Dress now, with this new generation of learners, it's an extension of how they identify, gender-wise, politically, religiously, socially, and that's a whole new territory. And so we want language that matches that shift in the times while still balancing the need to maintain school as a safe and inclusive space, free of disruptions. That is our overarching goal here, while still ensuring that we craft language that's going to result in a policy that's enforceable. That is the key here with any good and effective policy. You've got to have a guiding light behind it that I've shared just now, but it also has to be enforceable for the stakeholders that are going to be tasked with that enforcement. In the world of working with young people, all it takes is a handful of employees or teachers, administrators, or school personnel to feel that the policy is unenforceable, to take a step back from enforcing it. Then you have the behavior that you're trying to address in your policy going unaddressed because of the feeling that resources and training and feasibility just aren't there to enforce the policy. We also wanted to make sure that we crafted a policy that was respectful of all students in our campuses, regardless of how they identify gender-wise, religiously, politically, or socially, by removing some of the language that we had in the previous version that, in my estimation, really focused a lot on our female students or students that identify as female, and presented a little bit of a difficult situation for teachers and administrators that will be tasked with that enforcement. So with that, I just wanted to kind of set the stage for how we arrived at this place and why we initiated revisions, and how we are now coming back with a second read, and what the feedback has been is going to be our Director for Student Relations, Mrs. Anna Warmbrand, and of course, our Associate General Counsel, Mr. Michael Aronoff.
Good evening, School Board President Luna Rose, esteemed school board members, Superintendent Dr. Trujillo, and Lead General Counsel Mr. Ross. We are back again to discuss the proposed revisions to the Tucson Unified School District dress code policy this evening. And we will have our Associate General Counsel go through specifically those proposed revisions again. I did want to lead off by just sharing with the board that our District Behavior Management Committee did meet again and review the latest proposed revisions, including the piece about head coverings. And both our associations, Eli and TEA, support these proposed revisions. The one ask that they would like to have the board consider when we are looking at eliminating the restriction on head coverings is that we also do some extensive training with administrators as to how to respectfully ask if a child has earbuds in. As we had discussed back in November, we want to make sure, right, that eyes aren't covered, and our TEA and Eli membership would also like to acknowledge that we want to make sure teachers are able to ask, and administrators and staff, if kiddos have earbuds in, if they are engaging with having their head covered. And that was the feedback from both TEA and Eli. And then you will see one small section in the area of gang-related clothing paraphernalia and hairstyles. And coming from TEA, they would like us to relook at the hairdo portion of that section in the proposed revisions and potentially eliminate it due to potential racial profiling. And so that is the feedback most currently. We had 2 folks that had public comment when the PIA was posted for that time period. And those comments do align much with what Eli and TEA had shared in most respects. And so that is the summary of feedback. And just to take us back to the spring, almost a year ago, we did speak to every comprehensive high school, brought forth hundreds of students at each of our comprehensive high schools. That's 1,800 student voices that came forth to address the dress code. And as Dr. Trujillo stated, our students really said we need to relook at this policy again. We are disproportionately looking at female student bodies, and staff is not okay with enforcing certain parts, such as torso, buttocks, and breasts being covered, those pieces within our dress code policy. They do not feel comfortable enforcing that piece. So those are the 2 major takeaways from when we spoke to thousands of folks in the spring, 1,800 students, and then, our administrators and our teachers at that time. So I just wanted to bring back our work from November, just to bring that to the forefront as Michael Aronoff goes through the proposed revisions.
Thank you. Good evening. We have been through these revisions before. We did the first read of this back in November. But just sort of to remind us of the kind of main points here, there are, I think, sort of 2 main sort of themes in the proposed revisions. One theme that you'll see revisions that kind of carry throughout is making sure that the dress code that the board adopts for the district is the dress code that is applied consistently across schools in the district, with the only exceptions being schools that go through the specific board-approved process for having an individual school uniform or dress code that applies to their schools. And that process is laid out. The board may recall there were some adjustments to the voting requirements for that process that are reflected in the proposal that the board made, that are reflected in this proposal that you're reviewing today. So that effort at consistency and clarifying the process that schools need to go through to the extent they want to vary from the basic district dress code, that's one theme that you'll see throughout these revisions that this tries to address. And then the other are specific issues in the dress code that Ms. Warrenbrand was just talking about that have come up in review from students, staff, the feedback that we've gotten from the community forums in the district. One of the big ones is taking out the language about dress having to cover, and if we could scroll back up to the dress code section, having to cover chest, torso, and buttocks. That's the part where enforcement has been really challenging. That's the part that a lot of people have asked to see removed, and so we've suggested removing that. We've had the conversation about headwear, and in fact, the adjustments. There are some adjustments in this proposal that were made by the board at the first read meeting, and then, as Ms. Warrenbrand mentioned, the hairdo conversation came up in recent feedback. We do support making that adjustment in here, so it's in the language further up about gang-related symbols. And so it's not in this proposal because this is what the board approved for the first read, but we would support just redlining a cross out of that hairdo, just that one word in there to effectuate that. And then the last piece that's not really covered by either of those themes, but is in there also, is there is a paragraph we added to just remind everybody that the dress code does have to be enforced in a non-discriminatory manner. That's consistent with board policy AC. It doesn't really need to be in here because the board policy AC exists and covers it, but given the need for consistent enforcement, we wanted to put it in here to reinforce that point. This is a second read, so in terms of procedure, if the board approves this tonight, that's the end of this policy's journey. It will be posted and put into effect immediately unless the board decides otherwise. And any questions on any of that, and I'm happy to answer them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Aronoff and Ms. Warmbrand. Board members, Ms. Ekstrom.
So headwear that partially or wholly covers the student's eyes, example, baseball sunglasses may not be worn during class except as an expression of religious beliefs. I don't remember putting, or that was because of religious beliefs. We had a discussion about headwear, and Ms. Shaw referenced herself. So
I can. Yeah.
So I think with this, how it's written, it would have to be taken off, correct?
So the exception was in there before. That's not new language. We've always had the exception for religious beliefs because there are a number of religions that have headwear as part of their attire.
But that's not to say that Ms. Shaw is wearing that because of religious beliefs is what I'm trying to get at.
Oh no, it's that would be, you could wear something that perhaps covered your face if that were an expression of religious beliefs. That's what that is meant to mean. So, for example, if certain Muslims wear something that's full face covering, we're not gonna bar that because that's an expression of their religion.
Okay, but I still feel like it's a little generic, like headwear that partially. Okay, so students' eyes. Okay, that makes sense. And then the hair will just X out the hairdo part for the gang symbols.
That's our suggestion at this point.
Dr. Shaw.
All right, just to kind of follow up on Ms. Ekstrom's comments. So what was there before was that hats and other head coverings were not permitted at all, except for religious reasons. And we're getting rid of that and allowing headgear as long as it doesn't cover the eyes.
Correct.
And that's a change that we're making, so we can allow for different head coverings, which is a change in our proposal here.
Correct.
Okay. My question to the group, Ms. Warmbrand, can you talk more about your conversations with TEA and Eli? I know we had one principal come out against some of these changes, and she was quoted in the media recently based on her comments. So I want to make sure you understand better kind of the feedback you've been getting from TEA and Eli, especially our administrators who enforce these policies more commonly, and why they support some things and what they support, and what's the conversations you've been having?
We have been engaging with our associations since the end of September. So it's been a considerable amount of time. Our dress code revision proposals have been shared by myself and Mr. Aronoff at each of our district behavior management team meetings. We meet monthly. So we talked about them in October. We talked about them in November, and each time we share what the proposed revisions are. That's sent out to the full committee. There's 3 members of Eli present, and there's 3 members of TEA present, and we also have a member representing our EDI department, as well as senior leadership. Shauna Rodriguez sits in that space, and then we have Mr. Aronoff as a consult, and I facilitate. So that's the structure of those feedback parts. And when we discuss the revisions and proposals, then they are tasked, I give them homework, and they are tasked to go back to the stakeholders that they serve and discuss any issues or concerns that they may have with these proposed revisions. The feedback that we've received, and this is primarily from our high school administrators in this space, about that particular line of torsos, buttocks, and breasts, is that they will not reinforce that part of the dress code. They will not touch it. They will not instruct staff to engage. in enforcing that part. I have had high school administrators say to me, we don't even bother with dress code because I will not put my staff, particularly our male staff, in a position to be engaging with students, male or female, but definitely female students, in qualifying what is happening to their bodies. And we know that when there has been, in certain instances, sites that have engaged with the community in enforcing certain parts of the dress code, there has also been a lot of vocalization from the community, parents, definitely students, and other administrators and Eli stepping into the space in our district behavior management committee, sharing their concerns that there would now be an engagement where I would, with the regionals, direct that now they have to enforce that torso, buttocks, and breast portion of the dress code, and simply saying, Ms. Warmbrand, don't ask me to do that. I'm not going to do that. This never ends well for us in terms of how our parents engage in that space. And so, yes, that is not to say in any association that 100% of those folks agree. And we saw even when we did our whole code of conduct, there are still portions of folks that are not going to agree in those spaces. And my job as the facilitator is to take the majority of that stakeholder feedback. In fact, that is one of the tenets and one of our norms as part of that committee, is that we come together in consensus to agree upon proposed revisions. And that'll be the case from now until eternity, as long as I facilitate at this district level these type of revisions. And so I end every single one of these meetings saying, all right, everybody, I just want to double check. You've checked with all of your folks, because I don't want to have to come to the school board with proposed revisions, dress code, or anything else we engage with, and say, I can't tell you that Eli supports this, or no, TEA doesn't like that in this space, because I know that when we come with these revisions, it's important that we're unified as an employee whole group, not just teachers, not just administrators, all of us, as well as district administration. So yeah, there may be some dissenting voices. There always is in this process. I would not come and say that Eli endorses these proposed revisions if the comments that you had seen in the paper were representative of what we heard in the committee. Definitely these revisions would then look different. These would be different types of revisions then, because I'm just here to facilitate whatever the stakeholders say they want in any of these spaces with policy. So I hope that was a long answer, but I hope that gives you some context as to how we came to these particular revisions. We're really just listening to what our folks say when they come to the table on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. Well, geez, I just want to mention that I'm the one who kind of started this whole conversation, because a middle school teacher was reaching out to me because girls were being dress coded for wearing Crocs and for wearing pajama pants. And also my goddaughter was being dress coded because she was wearing spaghetti strap shirts. And never in my wildest dreams did I think that my advocacy to, update the policy to our, I guess, standard of dress would, essentially throw out the baby with the bathwater and just let everything be okay in a school environment. I think that we should have standards in our school as far as how students are able to dress, and it's not because I'm trying to impose my personal beliefs or control my daughter. It's because it's an educational environment and we need to foster that environment. And so last time this came to us, I thought I had told everybody or you all to just wordsmith that specific phrase so that it's not so, I don't know, just those words it doesn't work. And so I think a better phrase for that concept that we have redlined there, clothing must cover the chest and torso and must cover buttocks while standing and sitting, which is just not a good way to say what I think they're trying to get at is excessive crop tops and bathing suit-like clothing is not permitted. If we're gonna create a policy that specifically talks about, you know, gang-related stuff that is mainly for boys, we can also have a phrase or two that is specific to people who are wearing crop tops, excessive crop tops, and bathing suits. Literally, that's what Ms. Rivera at Tucson High said to us in the comments. And other staff have also mentioned that. We can have a phrase or two to try to control our education environments. And I'm okay with that, because I think that's the job that we're here for. And I really don't like us just saying, wear whatever you want, because as we can see already in our schools, they are wearing what they want. And I think what you said about TEA and Eli not wanting to like get involved or whatever, or go one way or the other, it's not because they're like, I guess, against keeping this phrase, it's because they're having problems with enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think if we wordsmith that specific phrase that is now crossed out, maybe they can just say, you know, it's against the dress code and you need to change. Here's a shirt.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Shaw. So I just want to make a quick comment, and then I'll hand it over to Dr. Shaw, who had his hand up. I'm sort of in the middle still, as I was going over this again this afternoon before I came here. I believe dress codes are inherently sexist. I mean, and they have been in its history, and it's directed to female students. But we also are trying to, this is an educational environment, as Ms. Shaw said, so, but I know that I also understand the pleas from some of the administrators that don't want to police the female bodies, or those who identify as female. So I'm wondering, in terms of wordsmithing, and I don't know, Mr. Aronoff, if this is permissible, but clothing must cover undergarments at all times. Clothing must not be see-through at all times. I don't know if those type of little phrases would even make a difference in that.
So those phrases that you mean the at all times?
Yeah.
Adding to,
Yeah.
I read this as at all times. I mean, this is a governing board policy, meaning that it applies to students on TUSD campuses anytime they are on our campus. So I think that's implicit that it, but I will say this is the board's policy at this point, right? We bring it to you. You wordsmith during the first read, and that's absolutely your prerogative. And now it's back for the second, and you can absolutely wordsmith more if there is something you are considering and you want to think about what potential impact. I'm happy to give thoughts on that, but I guess ball's really in your court about how you want this to look at this point, and how best to express what the board's desire is for the dress code. So I'm happy to play a support role in that.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Luna Rose. And I want to ask not just Ms. Shaw, but the rest of my governing board members, what that first bullet point means to us. I wonder if that addresses the concerns you have, Ms. Shaw. So students must wear clothing, including both a shirt with pants or skirts or the equivalent, for example, dresses, leggings, or shorts and shoes. So bathing suits are not listed there. And some of the other things that Ms. Rivera mentioned aren't listed there. And when we get rid of the statement about the buttocks, chest, and torso, I think what we're trying to accomplish, as you've mentioned, is that enforceability. Who's going to measure how much of a buttocks is being shown? Who's going to measure how low the chest is going to be? Are we going to have people going around with rulers, like we've heard from old stories of before our time, or even with our time, or even now, about doing that, and certain amount of inches from the knee, and all these kinds of rules that were in place in terms of how much of this. So, does that first bullet point? Isn't the first bullet point read to you? It reads to me that it would cover some of these concerns that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, and thanks, Dr. Shaw, for bringing that up, because I think you make a good point that first bullet essentially does do what I think we're hoping to do. It kind of cancels out that one phrase that's already cut out. So it seems to me to be enforceable.
Sorry, I was reading and trying to figure that out. Ms. Ekstrom.
I think we cover what we need to cover in this first bullet point, and we are not in the business of telling females what a crop top is. I mean, that's not our job. And yes, parents are supposed to send their kids, dressed appropriately. So, I think we're covering that with this first bullet point.
I agree on that as well. Well, Mr. Romero, actually.
I have a different topic, so.
Okay. So yeah, I agree. It talks about it, on there, but again, that's when you can take it to extremes where you say your extreme crop top. I've got a shirt on, but you're still. Who's gonna say, well, yeah, it's a shirt, but I think it needs to be longer. Now you've got something in there that it's up to interpretation what a shirt is. To one administration, a shirt might be a full-length shirt. It's not a half shirt. Does a shirt mean it's a full shirt, or does that mean it could be a half shirt? Skirt, is it a short skirt or is it a long skirt? There's things that can be interpretation in there. I think if we don't put something more specific, because otherwise then I think it's up to the interpretation of the administration saying that shirt is that's not the right size shirt, or those are too shorts or skirts. That's just, I think, where we have some interpretation that we could have issues on that.
Dr. Shaw.
I'll defer to Ms. Shaw.
Okay, Ms. Shaw.
Go ahead, Dr.
I have a different comment on a different topic.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, geez. Mr. Romero makes a good point. I guess, what I'm hearing from some staff is that they just want help with enforcement, and I think, that first bullet point is rather loose and could be interpreted in any kind of way. So maybe just adding a phrase that says is appropriate for an educational environment could work, though that is still rather subjective depending on the staff member. Mr. Ross, do we have any example dress codes from ASBA? Is this kind of their sample copy that we've wordsmithed over the years?
Ms. Shaw, I'm not sure if I doubt this originated with ASBA. When we did look at other dress codes, they were, I think, more restrictive than what we even had to begin with.
There's a whole range of dress codes out there in the world now. There are still dress codes that don't have gender neutral language. The board took a pretty strong leap forward when it worked hard to remove gendered language from the dress code. But there is a complete range out there across the country. It just sort of depends where you are and what district you're in.
Dr. Shaw.
I wanted to add, I know Mr. Aronoff, you said it wasn't important to put in there, or wasn't necessary, but I'm really glad that we're putting in the non-discrimination phrase in there. And especially for gender identity, I want to make sure that our trans students are supported throughout our district, and our gender nonconforming students are supported. So I'm glad we have that piece of language in there, and hope that's enforced universally throughout our district.
And I wanted to second that. I appreciate that we're progressive in putting in that language, because I don't think you'll see it perhaps even in some of our sister districts. So I appreciate my colleagues for putting that in. Board members, so we kind of jumped all over the place a little bit, so I'm kind of wondering where we are in terms of, are we asking legal to come back with some wordsmithing, or are we going to just move on as a second read? Because I kind of feel like we're all over the place a little bit. Ms. Ekstrom?
So we have a concern about how short a shirt is, how long a shirt is. It says clothing must cover undergarments. I think that's enough.
Okay. I do too, actually. All right. Any other questions? Oh, Dr. Trujillo, I'm sorry.
Yes, I mean, great conversation. I see the group getting close. I'd like to revisit a suggestion made by Governing Board Member Shaw, which I do believe is very, very reasonable and feasible for enforcement. I believe Governing Board Member Shaw said add the phrase "and appropriate for the educational environment." We have traditionally deemed that as disruptive, non-disruptive, which is fairly easy to enforce. You come into a classroom in a bathing suit, that is disruptive. That is not appropriate for the educational environment. You come into a classroom and you're wearing undergarments, that is disruptive. And so typically when we have phrases like appropriate, does it disrupt learning? Does it disrupt the classroom environment? I think we can work with that language on enforcement.
Okay. Dr. Shaw?
I feel that's too subjective.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, we already have students must wear shirt and pants. And if we start adding like too much subjective language and how it could be enforced, we already talked about how this is enforced unequally based on gender and other things. I think what we have is like objective, very, very direct. Students must wear both a shirt or pants or equivalent. And I'm hesitant to add a lot of subjective and kind of different interpretation. Again, I think one of the issues was that this is enforced differently in different schools. Mm-hmm. And to have more subjective language, interpretation of the administrator at the time, that doesn't really address what we're trying to accomplish with this.
I agree.
Ms. Shaw?
It may be subjective, but, we're moving to eliminate specific language that does provide some guidelines. And so if you want more specific and explicit language, then we need to keep that phrase or wordsmith it so that it is easy to interpret and not so broad.
As we see, we have one administrator who will interpret it the way they see fit, whereas another one will interpret it a whole different way if we put something in there that's too broad. So I think we just need to leave as is, and then it can always come back if there's issues, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. We plan as a district behavior committee to always, in a continual process, as the board directs, as Dr. Trujillo counsels, to move through and look at any revisions within the code of conduct, dress code, policies. This will not be the last time that I'm here with revisions because, as you know, we're always changing as a community and our needs, and our stakeholders are vocal in what they need. And so, yes, absolutely, to answer your question. If this does not work out for whatever reason, however that's articulated, then the committee will look at it again and we can come back into this space. That's true. And I do want to say that part of why TEA and Eli were okay with saying, yes, you can take this to the board with our support, is because of that first: student attire and grooming must permit the student to participate in learning without posing a risk to the health or safety of any student or school district personnel, to Dr. Trujillo's point about disruption. And then the shirts, pants, skirt, that line, because that really talks to, we're not wearing bikini tops to school. We're not wearing other types of clothing that don't meet this requirement, which is in our dress code policy. So those top two were definitely anchors of our conversation in terms of then what we would propose to revise further on.
Okay. Well, I think that by, and I agree with Ms. Ekstrom. I think we kind of, as I'm thinking about this, we leave it as is, because otherwise we're getting into the weeds and we're starting to, what is a shirt? Is it, is it a button down? Is it a pullover? It's like we could go on and be here for 5 years. So, and I appreciate the comments from you're relaying the comments from TEA and Eli.
And also, I just want to remind the board that there is a process through the site council and with board approval to adopt uniforms if there are middle schools that don't have that in that space. So there's always the option for school sites and communities that say we would like a much more specific way to dress. There's a process in that policy that outlines it very directly. So I just wanted to remind that was something that our middle school Eli administrators were really happy to see stay.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. To get to that uniform point, there's some language that's rather confusing on the 4th page where it says about voting that it must be equal to or greater than a majority, more than 50%. And then a little bit later on, it talks about has to receive a 60%. Can you just explain that? Maybe I'm not understanding.
So it's the 50% is that in order for a school to adopt a uniform or standardized dress code, more than 50% of the school population, and we're talking about one parent or guardian per pupil, more than 50% has to participate. And then of those participants, at least 60% have to approve of the code, the school uniform or dress code.
Okay.
Quorum.
Yeah, I see now. Thank you so much.
Okay. Dr. Shaw.
Sure, Ms. Luna Rose, unless there's other comments, I will move to approve the proposed revisions to policy JICA student dress code with the one change of removing hairdo from the paragraph on gang symbols.
All right, I will second. Okay, Ms. Shaw.
I'd like to make a subsequent motion to add in at that first bullet on page 2, students must wear clothing including both a shirt with pants or skirt or the equivalent, and add in the phrase that is appropriate for an educational environment.
Okay.
I'll
I'm sorry, Mr. Morrow.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a subsequent motion on the floor. Can I get a roll call vote, Ms. Barboa?
Ms. Ekstrom?
No.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
No.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
No. Okay. Item fails. Now we go back to the original amendment with taking out the hairdo. So may I get a roll call vote for that, Ms. Barboa?
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
No.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
No.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes. Okay, item passes 3-2. Thank you so much. Board members, do we feel like we need a quick break, or we just keep going? Quick break? Okay. Just 5 minutes, use the restroom and whatnot. Thank you.
But you want to be seen?
Okay, I think, okay. Supposed to go into consent? All right, we've got one board member missing. Just give us just a moment. You start? Okay. Okay, we are going to get started. As we don't want to keep waiting. We've got a lot more on our agenda this evening, so I do believe we are jumping back to consent agenda.
Yes, President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, we are on the consent agenda. Before I formally recommend the consent agenda, 2 items of note, just a gentle reminder that during agenda adjustments, I did request pulling item 5.5, just to make sure we have that reflected, Ms. Borboa. And secondly, we are proud, and the board momentarily will consider the offering of elementary Yaqui or Noemi language. Yaqui 101 and 102 is a dual enrollment course at Choya. We have our education director from the Pascua Yaqui Department of Education will be wanting to share some words with the board upon conclusion of the vote. With that, I would like to recommend the approval of the consent agenda as arranged and presented to the board, items 5.2 through 5.16.
Okay. Mr. Romero.
I would like to actually have some questions on 5.10 and then 5.11 before, please.
Okay. All right, 5.10, approval to award utilizing requests for qualifications. JOC for general contractors, do it also construction and access to $250,000 for McGee Middle School.
Yes, I'd like to invite Mr. Meyer come on up to address our questions here from Governing Board Member Romero.
So just a real quick question. Going into here, the first one talks about Gale ES Portable Redo and then Henry ES Portable Redo, or relocation. But under Henry, when I go to read it, it says remove from McGee Building to the Gale Elementary with a different total amount than the other one. So I don't know if it was meant to say Henry on that one and it was just put Gale on both of them.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yeah, we do have 2 different quotes for that, and they were pretty similar. Let me see if I can find it. So The one for Henry is actually 275,000, and I believe the quote for Gale was 283,000. So there is a little bit of a difference in those two.
Right, but I'm just saying, like in the on the one for Henry, number one line item, it says remove from McGee to Gale. It doesn't say Henry there. It says Gale on both of them.
Oh, that's just probably, yeah. That's
probably just a typo.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Exactly. Right.
So,
sure.
so
Yeah,
my
that's a
other
good
question, my other question is on these things. You know, so I look at it as we're taking this old portable, and it's like we're putting lipstick on a pig. You know, we're taking this old thing, and it's going to cost $275,000 on one, $283,000 on another one. I was doing some research on some of the different things on like how to build outbuildings cost wise versus us to refurbish an old one that we have. What's the cost of buying a newer one? Also, a prefab building. I was doing some research. It says it gives it 10 to 25 years, while a custom built may last 40 to 50 years. You know, if we're going to spend this much money on refurbishing an old portable, wouldn't it be better to maybe see what that money would cost if we were to build a more of a custom building that's going to last, 2 times longer than a portable? I also did some reach out to some other companies that sell these newer type of portables. And we can get something that seems like it's more efficient with newer things, newer wiring, newer installations, different ones where you can put a concrete on the ground without having to get the ramps that go up on top of that, anywhere from 170 to 200,000. So I don't know if we've even looked at that versus just try to fix out what we got and get something that's better, kind of like the 1010. We couldn't there's to a certain point, when do we have to buy something new that's going to last longer than refurbishing something old, upgrade electrical in the building, insulation in the building, things of that nature. So I just didn't know if that was looked at as a possible solution versus, again, putting lipstick on the pig.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. And so basically what project management looked at was actually buying a new unit. And so that cost came out to approximately $406,000 to do a brand new unit along the same line. So that's why we thought it was better to take these two out of McGee, which actually aren't in too bad a shape. And so that's what we always try to do, is we try to pick we have 242 altogether across the district. So there's quite a range there for us to take a look at in terms of which ones are probably the easiest to move, closest to the street, all those type of considerations, but also which ones are in the best shape. So in this particular case, that's why we thought it was better to just go with this route rather than trying to go with a brand new unit, because $406,000, that was that was pretty steep. So that's why we decided to go with this. We did look at those other options, but we thought this would be the best way to go. And I can tell you, when we do these total renovations of the portables, if you've been over to Monzo lately, that will kind of give you an idea of what it looks like. You go there and you look at them and I go, I wish all of them would look like this, because they are very well done. And so I think when this is complete, there's another one that was done at Hollinger too recently. If anybody's been to Hollinger recently, that was completely redone. And so it seems like a lot, but in the end run, I think it's well done, because we completely renovate the whole thing, inside and out. And of course, this number here includes the actual moving of it. There's a lot of state permits that you have to get just to move it down the road, because these are actually classified as like a mobile house. And so we have to get the permits when we get out there to the prep for the pad and so forth. Everything has to be compacted. You have to make sure it's all tied down. You have to have the state come in and inspect it to make sure it's tied down properly, so that all those things happen. And so that's very important, of course, for the school district that we get everything in place the way it's supposed to be, so that in the future we don't have any problems. So that's really the reason why we wanted to go with this. But it is outlined pretty well exactly what the scope of work is. But I think that's a fair question, and I appreciate you bringing it up because we do want to look at those type of options, but again, we just felt this is probably the best way to go.
And then a follow up on that one. So, like you said, mentioned Monzo, and I'll have to go out there to take a look at what we've got done out over there. What are we doing as far as the district for maintenance for these when we revamp these portable units? Because I've been to some schools and they'll throw a piece of plywood on or 2x4 or whatever to kind of fix up certain little things, but it never gets painted or primered, and then it starts warping and drying out from the sun because there's no maintenance on it. Do we have, when we're spending this kind of money on fixing up these portables, do we have a maintenance plans where we are making sure that they're taken good care of after we've spent all this money?
Yeah, in regard to that, the portable situation across the board is not in good shape. There is no doubt about that. In fact, there's a lot of bond money in it. I was going to look at that today and I didn't have time. I wanted to just go ahead, and I've got my bond book out on the table in my office, and so I can go through it. I take it out to the sites when we go out and visit so that we can address questions. But I want to take a look at that specifically to say, okay, this is how many sites we're looking at doing portable revisions to, and this is the total dollar amount. Because again, I think that going forward, this really has to be an initiative that we'll probably end up coming back to the board about. In our visits that we're doing now, we do cohort visits during the week, and this is something that has been a theme, is the portables, the shape of the portables, the irrigation of the properties as well has been a big point that we've been noticing too when we go out there, but that is a big point of contention. So the answer to the question is we want to try to do the best with the funding that we have to make those portables, look presentable. And so, again, we're going to do the best we can with the budgets that we have in order to make sure that they don't leak, that we try to keep them presentable until such time that we can really get in there and revamp them the way we need to. And if we feel they have to be there, then we'll take care of them. And I know it was done as a temporary measure, so to speak, but when you have 242 of them, that's a lot. So we'll continue to do the best we can. Because it is important that we put our best foot forward.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do believe also was 5.11.
Yeah,
correct?
you kind of answered a lot more for me from 5.10, so I don't need 5.11.
Okay. Any other? Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. Have we approved 5.9 yet, or we haven't approved anything yet? Okay, I'd
We
like
have
to
not.
discuss 5.9 if I may. So this is to approve basically the data management time clocks plus. And I am a little concerned that the budget source is using 15% of desegregation money. I think that money is better well spent in deseg programs rather than this sort of data management subscription. So I would like to move that 15% that is of the budget source that's supposed to come out of desegregation, maintenance, and operations would go into the maintenance and operations fund that's currently listed for 5% of that budget source, and we'll just add that to 20.
Dr. Trujillo?
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Hernandez to come to the podium. That total overall cost would probably be just shy of $50,000 that would go into M&O. Historically, the district has allotted a portion of its desegregation funding to what's known as ERP. Ricky, if you could provide a little bit of an overview on that to catch everybody up.
Yeah, good evening, board members. So we use a portion of desegregation funding for multiple systems across the district, some instructional and some administrative, in order to track the time and effort related to the activities that we do related to deseg. So in order for us to be able to track, if you want to know how much we're spending on deseg, things like that, we have to be able to accommodate using some of those deseg funds towards that effort. It is 15%. It is approximately about $50,000 when it comes to this. It is not the only system that accounts for the use of DSEG in software. We use Infinite Visions, which is our enterprise resource management tool, our financial management. We use it for recruitment in human resources. So we account for DSEG in a lot of these administrative costs simply because there are administrative expenses that the district incurs in order to operate a DSEG program.
Right on. Well, just because you do it doesn't make it right. And $50,000 more or less can cover a full-time position in a DSEG program. And so I think it's better used going towards staff or programmatic uses rather than to cover just 15% of this data management system.
Okay. Board members, any other questions?
I just want to restate my motion that I move the 15% that's allocated for this line item to be paid for through DSEG maintenance and operation will be absorbed in maintenance operation, bringing that percentage up to 20%.
Can I ask a question for Mr. Hernandez before?
You have to second to this.
Can I second that? Just ask more questions, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
So what is the how imperative is this program?
This is our timekeeping system for every employee in the district.
So it's pretty important.
We can't pay people if we can't track their time.
Okay. And just like Mr. Shaw, just trying to reallocate funds in different ways. And I know we're always looking at where we're finding money for certain things, whether it be like MTSS. Now we're talking about, assistant principals, things of this nature, with the ESSER money going. In reality, is there room to find this $50,000 somewhere else?
I mean, if it's the board's direction for me to find the $50,000, I will have to find $50,000. Is there room? I mean, that's subjective. We could make it work if that's the directive that I receive from the governing board.
But like from what I also heard you, there's a lot of administration costs that go into all these things that kind of run that. So coming out from the DSEG is an ideal area for it to come out of.
Well, so we look at it from a time and effort perspective. It's similar to our federal grants, for example, when we charge an indirect cost to Title I per se. We charge Title I a portion of indirect costs, which also pays for time and effort out of the timekeeping system, so that we can make sure that we pay people on payroll who are paid through Title I. It's a similar example. We're paying for an effort that is funded by DSEG so that we can carry forward activities related to DSEG. In this case, the payroll system that pays for employees that are either partially or wholly funded through desegregation. So we're just applying the effort of the activity to the fund, similar like we do to any other external fund. This is something that DSEG's been doing for a while. I mean, this is a system that you've approved multiple years.
Okay. All right. Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, Ricky made the point. We have hundreds and hundreds of hourly desegregation employees that work throughout the district. They're funded. We have a split funded situation with bus drivers. And as Ricky said, this is the marriage of the system to the actual effort and the utilization of desegregation funding to be able to do that. Obviously, the board, any directive you give us, we are going to implement. It just ties into the conversation we're going to be having probably next or in a few minutes about recurring expenditures versus one-time costs and how you have cash accounts and reserves that really should be utilized for one-time costs. But we have a lot of needs over in the recurring costs area where we're struggling with reoccurring revenue year to year. This $50,000 would go in the category of recurring costs, and we would have to put it over in your contingency. So we're starting the practice of using your carry forward dollars for recurring costs, which is not what we would be recommending.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Dr. Shaw, did you?
Just want to add,
your mic.
Right, so this is like the accounting piece of it. So
our DSEG is about $60 million. Our total budget is what, $500 million, about $500 million. So about 15% of our budget is DSEG, and about 15% of our staff is coming from our DSEG fund of pool. So of course, where we account for all the needs for them, all the payroll, all the other things, all that comes into the DSEG budget. And so this is just part of that, how we manage the 15% of our staff that's under DSEG. So it makes sense to keep it where it is.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. So Ms. Shaw's motion, I'm sorry, Ms. Shaw, the exact wording.
To strike the 15% for this, for the budget source to come from DSEG, instead move that 15% to M&O,
Okay.
making it 20% from M&O.
Okay. Can I get a roll call vote on that, Ms. Barboa?
No.
Dr. Ravi?
No.
Mr. Romero?
No.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
No. All right, Adam fails. So I do believe if there's not anything else for consent to pull, I'd like to move consent.
Madam President?
Yes.
Sorry, I just, point of information. I just want to urge the public to check out item 5.16, extracurricular tax credit activity programs report. If you look at that attachment, you can see all the money that community members have donated to specific schools. And a lot of schools are needing help. And so some schools have a whole lot of money that they're saving for something special. And so I just want to urge the community to not only donate to your home school, but to adopt a school that is in need. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So all those in favor, consent agenda?
We need a motion. It's no second yet.
Oh, yeah, no second, I'm sorry.
Did you make the motion?
I did make the motion.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay.
And Madam President, can we vote separately on 5.9?
Mr. Ross, are we allowed to vote separately on 5.9? Can we pull that out? Okay.
Yes,
So,
any board member can pull an item for separate vote.
okay, so 5.2 to 5.8 and 5.10 to 5.16?
Minus 5.5.
5 minus 5.9?
And
Okay.
5.5
And
also.
5.5.
And 5.5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unopposed? Okay. We will go to 5.9.
I'll move item 5.9.
Okay, I will second. So, Ms. Boyle, can we get a roll call vote on 5.9?
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
No.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes. Okay. Item passes 4-1. Okay. And then I do believe, Dr. Trujillo, we wanted to talk about 5.6.
Rose, I think now you can move the whole remaining items, and then after, I would be inviting our education director for the Pascua Yaqui tribe to address.
We just did.
Oh, you just did the whole thing?
Yes,
Okay. At this point, I'd like to invite our education director up to share some words with the board. Serena Preciado, education director for Pascua Yaqui tribe.
Liosan Chimaniavu, Kechamalea, Inepo Serena Preciado, Into Nesaweme, Ito Matawapo. My name is Serena Preciado. I'm the Director of Education for the Pascua Yaqui tribe. And I'm here today to thank you all for your commitment to culturally relevant instruction. The Pascua Yaqui tribe has been offering in-kind language instructors to the district since 2018 to provide beginning Yaqui language instruction to our students. And it's taken us some time to get to the place where we can offer it as a dual enrollment credit option for our students. This is really important to the tribe and to the education department because our best estimate is that we have fewer than 100 fluent Yaqui language speakers in our 22,000 enrolled membership. So the education department and the Pascua Yaqui tribe are wholly invested in language revitalization efforts. This is one piece of that, one piece that continues to allow us to stay connected to our language and our culture and to support what we know is valuable for Yaqui students is having a sense of identity, any place that they are, in particular when they're in school. And so I want to thank you very much for consenting to provide Yaqui language for dual enrollment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Shoko Itesia.
Yes, Ms. Ekstrom.
I just want to say thank you to the Pascua Yaqui tribe and for our district for providing this to our students. I'm very excited that this is going to be a dual credit course. So thank you so much.
And I wanted to second Ms. Preciado. Thank you so much for coming to speak. And I think this is just not just for your community, but the community at large about what a loss it would be if we lost the language here. That's very strong in Tucson and Southern Arizona. So again, thank you. And I look forward to maybe sitting in on the class at some point. Okay. Oh, Ms. Shaw.
If I may also thank you for coming and for your efforts. I do have one question, if I may ask it. I just wonder, so this is open to any high school student, right? And is the class taking place at the high school? Is it online, or is it at like a college campus?
Currently, the class is taking place at Choya High School. It's in person, but we are looking, now that we have a larger platform, to be able to offer it virtually.
Oh, fabulous. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we are moving on to item 6.1, administrative appointments, reassignments, and transfers, interim assistant principal, Santa Rita High School. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, governing board members, it's always a great moment when we have the opportunity to welcome a new member to the administrative ranks. Tonight, Santa Rita is in need of some interim assistant principal coverage. So tonight's recommendation currently serves as the multi-tiered systems of support, or MTSS facilitator, Pueblo High School, where she's been a warrior for the last 3 years, and also served as a curriculum service provider also at Pueblo 2 years prior to that. An emerging administrative leader here in the Tucson Unified School District. Tonight we're recommending her for her first formal administrative position as the interim assistant principal at Santa Rita High School. Tonight's recommendation is Ms. Brenda K. Levinson McCoon for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions? Okay.
I'll move the item.
All right, moved by Ms. Shaw, second by Ms. Ekstrom. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, item passes. Congratulations. And Ms. McCoon, if you would like to come up and say a few words.
Yes, please, if you'd like to come up and share a few
I know
words.
we put you in the hot seat.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Trujillo. My name is Brenda McCune. Like I said, I'm a Pueblo warrior. I have had the great opportunity for the last 3 weeks to actually do an interim before the interim at Valencia Middle School. So I've had a great opportunity to kind of get my feet wet, and I am so looking forward to going to Santa Rita, and I'm looking forward to this new adventure in my career, and I hope to make the most of it and have great plans. Thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations.
Congratulations again.
All right, item 6.2, proclamation of February 2024 as Career and Technical Education Month in Tucson Unified School District. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, February, it is CTE, or Career and Technical Education Month here in the Tucson Unified School District. I would like to welcome our coordinator for Career and Technical Education Programming here to read our proclamation of CTE month here in TUSD, Mr. Chuck McCollum. Chuck is not in the building, so I will do the honors as a proud enthusiast of career and technical education, and always ready to point out to the public, TUSD is one of the largest CTE districts in the state of Arizona, with just over 7,000 students enrolled in CTE programs across the district. Satellite programs housed at individual high schools, like our dental program at Santa Rita, or our specialized programs that are in our CTE-centric school, like Innovation Tech High School, and then, of course, programs that are available through JTED, the Masterpieces Campus, or Camino del Seco. Whereas February 1st through 29th, 2024, has been designated Career and Technical Education Month by the Association for Career and Technical Education. And whereas Career and Technical Education offers students the opportunity to gain the academic, technical, and employability skills necessary for true career readiness, and whereas students in career and technical education programs participate in authentic, meaningful experiences that improve the quality of their education and increase their engagement and achievement, and whereas career and technical education provides students with career exploration opportunities earlier in their educational experience, which enables them to make informed and beneficial decisions about their academic coursework and pursue established programs of study and career pathways. And whereas leaders from business and industry nationwide report increasing challenges related to addressing the skills gap in connecting qualified professionals with available careers in critical and growing CTE-related fields, including healthcare, energy, advanced manufacturing, cybersecurity, and information technology. And whereas career and technical education prepares students for these and other fulfilling careers by offering integrated programs of study that link secondary and post-secondary education and lead to the attainment of industry-recognized credentials. And whereas career and technical education programs ensure that employers have access to a qualified and thriving workforce, ensuring America is a strong and competitive economy. Therefore, the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District does hereby proclaim February 2024 as Career and Technical Education Month.
Okay, thank you. I will move the item.
Second.
Moved by Natalie Luna Rose and seconded by Ms. Ekstrom. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unopposed? All right, the ayes have it, 5-0. Okay, great. CT is just a great program. I love it. I wish we could have it everywhere. Proclamation, okay, 6.3, Proclamation of March 2024 as Procurement Month in the Tucson Unified School District. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, governing board members, while you see my excitement level is easy for CTE, it's a little more difficult around purchasing because there's a lot of it that I rely on our director for purchasing to navigate on my behalf, and she does an absolutely wonderful job. And here to proclaim March 2024 as Procurement Month in the Tucson Unified School District is our Director for Procurement, Diana Kierfoot. They are the unsung advocates in public education finance. They are fierce and passionate stewards of the public dollar. They make sure that all of our vendors have equal access to business opportunities for the district and that all of them are given an equal process and equal access to a process that always makes sure that the vendor with the best product, the best service, and at the best price for the taxpayer is front and center for governing board consideration. Diana Kierfoot.
President Luna Rose, Clerk Ekstrom, board members, board staff, Dr. Trujillo, Superintendent, and Council Ross. I want to thank you all for your support over the years that you have given our department and our staff in being able to make things happen, to be able to purchase the things that we need for our students and for our staff. The proclamation that I'm going to read, and of course there's more whereases, is being presented to you tonight to recognize the role of purchasing and materials management profession within business, industry, and of course the government sector, our public sector. March will provide the month of March will provide the opportunity to help educate elected officials, administrators, taxpayers, vendors, and the public about public procurement processes. NIGP, which is the National Institute of Public Procurement, which contains over 17,000 individual members, which all of my staff are members of. It also includes 2,600 public agencies, which TUSD is a member of. We also are members of the Southern Arizona Copper chapter of NIGP, which Teresa Chapman, one of our procurement agents, is the secretary of this of our organization. We currently have 115 members, which contain people from City of Tucson, Pima County, TUSD, other school districts, Tucson Airport Authority, and also some other agencies within the state of Arizona. So our proclamation starts out, whereas the public procurement profession plays a significant role in the efficiency and effectiveness of both government and business, whereas in addition to the purchase of goods and services, procurement adds value to the organization by performing such functions as executing, implementing, and administering contracts, developing strategic procurement strategies, and cultivating working relationships with suppliers and other departments within the organization. And whereas public procurement professionals that are employees of the Tucson Unified School District and in other public and private organizations have tremendous influence on the economic conditions in the United States, with the cumulative purchasing power running into the billions of dollars. Whereas the purchasing department in the Tucson Unified School District is committed to providing high caliber strategic, logistical, and operational support to all departments within the Tucson Unified School District. And whereas the purchasing department, as the division of the financial area, is committed to increasing efficiencies and cost savings within the district, the financial area promotes a P-card program, which significantly decreases payment processing costs, allowing for timely payments to vendors, and rebates received through the P-card program are used to support various district initiatives. And whereas the purchasing department of the Tucson Unified School District recognizes, supports, and practices public procurement values and guiding principles of accountability, ethics, impartiality, professionalism, service, and transparency, which we call SIPT, established by NIGP, the Institute for Public Procurement, as fundamental tenets of the public procurement profession. And whereas NIGP has proclaimed the month of March to be Procurement Month to further expand the awareness of the purchasing professional's role to government officials, the general public, business, and corporate leaders. Now, therefore, you, the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District, do hereby proclaim March 2024 as Procurement Month and March 13th as Professional Buyers Day. We urge all district staff to join our governing board of the Tucson Unified School District in recognizing the role of purchasing and materials management professions within business, industry, and government.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kerfoot.
You're very welcome.
I'll move the item.
Second.
All right, moved by myself and second by Ms. Ekstrom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, item passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Kerfoot, for doing the glamorous work of the district.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we are on to 6.4, resolution authorizing the issuance of school improvement bonds, project of 2023, Series A 2024, and granting authority to the superintendent and/or chief financial officer to approve final terms and conditions to complete financing. Dr. Trujillo.
President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, we're excited tonight to be at this place where the governing board momentarily will consider the issuance of the first school improvement bonds to be sold to the public that will lead to the transformation of the district. So for the honors, I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah, good evening, board members. So this is step one. I've got a couple of guests that I will introduce shortly, but this is step one in trying to issue $150 million as part of the voter-approved bond program that was approved by the voters of the Tucson Unified School District. And since all of you have not been through the process, I asked our partners at Stifel, who are our bond advisors, financial advisors, to kind of just do a quick run through of how, not only what they looked at, but how the process will work for us to issue our bonds. So I've got a couple of guests to introduce, and I will turn it over to them to go through the presentation. I've got Bob Casillas and Megan Burke, both from Stifel. They are our bond advisors, and I've got Jim Gield from Gus Rosenfeld, representing our bond counsel. So I will turn it over to Bob and to Megan, who will go through this presentation, and we'll take questions after they're done.
Good evening, President Luna Rose, fellow board members, Dr. Trujillo, rest of folks in the audience. We're very excited to be here before you tonight, obviously on the heels of the successful election last November. Very exciting time, and we've been working very diligently and closely with Dr. Trujillo, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Gill, and others on your behalf to be here tonight. That authorized in resolution, as Dr. Trujillo had alluded to, is before you, authorizing the not to exceed $150 million of bonds. Before we get to that particular item, we thought we could just, if you would please, just briefly go through the presentation as Mr. Hernandez had laid out and highlight a few of the items here to demonstrate where we've been and where we're going to go in this particular process. So I'd like to turn it over to Megan to walk through the first couple of slides, if you would, please.
Thank you and good evening. As Mr. Hernandez had alluded, there's several things that we look at when going to structure, what happened here? When going to structure this first sale that we have before you. And so this slide is the district's assessed value. This is particularly important, especially when we're getting to looking at the tax rate and how we're going to structure the repayment of the debt. What you'll see here and over on the far right-hand side is the significant growth year over year of the district's assessed value, particularly in that last fiscal year that you see, 23-24. You'll see, a 3%, almost 4% increase in your net assessed limited property value and just over 14% in your full cash value. This is important when we're going to look at the repayment of your debt and how it impacts your tax rate. We submitted this for board packets last week, and actually since we submitted this, the preliminary values for fiscal 24-25 have been released, and that those values are well in excess of the growth that you experienced this year for next year. So that's all good news. Here you have your assessed value on the limited property value broken out by legal class. So you have the major components that repay your taxes are residential, both residential and rental property, which is the orange bar graph that you see there, and then commercial, which is the blue. So your residential, both rental and owner-occupied make up about 68% of your limited property value. So it's a really important factor when we're looking at how we structure your debt. You want to add anything to that, Bob? All right, and then this next slide is your current property tax, your history of your current property taxes. The orange is your M&O, so that's what makes up your M&O side of your budget. The blue is your secondary property tax, and that is your existing bonds. So bonds that have been previously sold and are already in place. There's another slide in a minute that shows the structure of your existing debt. The future bond that we will sell, throughout this approval process would be layered on top of and included in that secondary bond component. But as you'll see, because you've been experiencing such increases in your assessed value year over year, that's why you've seen the tax rate decline.
Thank you. On this particular slide, a couple of the takeaways we wanted to highlight for you is that these three particular bond issues you issued over the last several years, but the district has been very fiscally prudent to take advantage of lower interest rates, to refinance bonds when rates are such that it makes sense. And similar to the process of refinancing a home mortgage, you have very prudently taken advantage of those opportunities. And so going back to 2011, if you add all the savings, the net present value savings to the taxpayers, it's roughly a little over $15.5 million of savings that you had achieved on those three refinancings. The other item we wanted to highlight for you, the district has existing ratings from two rating companies. You're rated A by Fitch, and AA3 by Moody's. And on a slide coming up here in a bit, we're going to go through a process with them to go for the $150 million to also get ratings on those particular bonds. But you do have good ratings on your existing debt, and we hope that will continue. This slide, we just wanted to highlight that because of, as Megan had mentioned, your assessed value, you have more than enough bonding capacity to issue your $480 million right now based on the values you can see there. The district has about $947 million of bonding capacity, and that's going to grow. You have 10 years from this authorization to expend the $480 million. Right now, it's envisioned every 2 years, depending on how fast you can expend the first sale of $150 million. Similar to what you might have seen in the voter pamphlet, this represents the first sale, the $150 million. As Megan mentioned, if you move left to right on the page, your values will continue to increase. We've seen that just with the recent values that were released. Your outstanding debt on columns 4 and 5, those existing bonds go away in 2030. So we've been working very diligently, Mr. Hernandez and the rest of the team, to look at not only this sale, but the next 2 sales that will occur over the next approximately 3 to 4 years. We're using a very conservative interest rate of 5%. We assisted one of our other school districts, our Fria School District, last month. They sold at about a 3.6%. I think right now, again, we have to go through the rating agency process, and you won't be actually selling the bonds until next month, but we're estimating about 3.75 to 4% in today's market, even though right now for this particular presentation, we're using a very conservative 5%. The markets continue to be very volatile, as you see and read on a daily basis, but we're hoping with those ratings to get in that range. And we'll keep you apprised, working again with Mr. Hernandez, Dr. Trujillo, and the rest of the team. We're going to amortize the debt over 20 years by legal statutory requirements. And as you can see, if you look at the very far right, under column 11, we're trying to target and maintain the tax rate about 79 cents, which is what you went to the voters with last November. Obviously, you can't control your assessed valuation, but as we get that information, we'll continue to work towards that goal. But right now, that's what we're targeting. And then the last slide, just wanted to briefly highlight the steps going forward. Again, with the authorizing resolution tonight that is before you, if you deem it appropriate to move forward, that allows the district to move forward and the rest of the financing team and sell the $150 million of bonds within certain parameters, not to exceed $150 million, not to exceed an interest rate of 5%, and within that 20-year period, as I mentioned. We're trying to get rating calls with both Fitch and Moody's, as I mentioned. Over the next 2 weeks, also get the particular bond issue qualified by bond insurance. You've taken bond insurance in the past, so that helps drive down the interest rate. So we're going to get the bonds qualified for insurance, finalize the preliminary official statement. That's a document that goes to prospective investors, not only investors in the Tucson area, but around the state and the country that typically buy these types of bonds. The underwriting team, RBC Capital Markets, the senior manager, and Piper Jaffray is the co-manager. They'll be the ones working with ourselves, Jim Gill and Gus Rosenfeld, Mr. Hernandez, and the district to sell your bonds to investors. As I mentioned, that's scheduled either the week of March 11th or the 18th to get into the market and sell the bonds. And then we're looking to close the bond transaction in early April, have the bond monies deposited into the bond building fund, your projects, your priority projects that you're considering. So I'll pause there. I know the resolution, Mr. Gill's here to answer any questions on that document if you have any, but as it relates to the market or the bond sale process, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have right now.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions? No? Dr. Trujillo, is there anything? Okay, I want to say thank you for the presentation. I'm really excited that this is, and thank the Tucson voters for their confidence in the bond. And so I'm sure that district's looking forward to working with you and Mr. Hernandez. So I do believe this is, so I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Shaw. Okay.
Madam President?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I do have a question and maybe a comment for our staff. So I'm going to support voting for this, but I do want to mention that, we promised the people that due to this enormous amount of money coming into us from folks in our community, that we were going to do our due diligence and create a bond oversight committee. Currently, that is not happening to my estimation. There's no link to sign up for it on our district website. It's been at least a couple months since we called for that, and I think that needs to happen immediately.
Dr. Trujillo.
Right on cue, February 27th, the governing board will be considering the appointment of 13 potential applicants for the Bond Oversight Committee, which I think is really good timing. I think we moved extremely quick because we had to secure interested applicants from across the TUSD community. We had to work with each individual applicant to make sure that they got all of their materials in. And I know that Ms. Borboa is working on the finalized packets for governing board review at our very next meeting and public approval right here. So that will be coming on February 27th.
Okay, thank you.
Right on.
Along with alternative ed.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that it's up and running, though it is a little misleading. If you click on the actual link, board committees, you don't see a link to that. You just see the 4 ones that are there. Like if you look at the drop-down menu, yeah, you could see Budget Advisory Committee, but typically I just go straight to this website by searching TUSD board committees, and I expect that there to be a link there, just like there's one for Alternative Education Advisory Committee, where we have also not approved any members. And so I guess as it is now, it's 13 people who have applied. Okay, well, at least there's that.
Yes, Ms. Borboa.
So there is, I'm not sure where you're looking at on that part, but if you go to the governing board website page and then you go to the drop down of board committees, the Bond Oversight Committee website is there where the application is.
Right. Yeah, and I'm at, if you just click on board committees, it just lists the 4, it just lists that, you know what I mean? And so,
okay.
Unless you're hovering over the arrow, you won't see the Bond Oversight Committee. So, I mean, I worry that some community members like myself may have missed that link, but.
Okay, I see where you're saying now. So I'll have that corrected on the
Okay.
website.
And yeah, although 13 people have applied, I'm sure, we have to choose who on that application list get to be selected. And so I would still encourage community members to sign up for the Bond Oversight Committee. And then when it comes to the board, we can decide what 13 are selected.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, just for clarification, I'm right over board committees. I see Bond Oversight Committee. I've clicked into it. It's working on my computer. We just want to make sure I'm not missing anything, Ms. Borboa. Where is the confusion where this is inaccessible?
On the website, if you click on board committees without hovering, if you just click on board committees,
Okay.
you'll just see the list of the 4, the Audit Committee, the Alternative Education Committee, the Budget Advisory, and the Employee Benefits Trust.
Is Bond Oversight Committee appearing now because you just fixed it?
I have not fixed it. I would have to go through
'Cause I
our
see it.
webmaster. But if you hover over board committees, if you hover over it, you will see the bond oversight committee.
I
on
see
there.
it. I
Yeah.
click it. It's accessible. I'm able to get into it. So I'm still not clear what the issue is.
Once you click on the actual link that says board committees, just click it, let the web page load, and there's only 4 of them there.
I see. Okay. So it's the actual clicking versus the drop down where you can actually go in and apply. Okay.
Correct. So I'll work with the webmaster to have
Okay.
that corrected.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's go forward with the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, item passes 5-0. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming this evening.
Good night.
All right, we are back to some 7.2, request for governing board review of contract language for the 24-25 school year for all certificated and administrative employees. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Luna Rose, Governing Board. Tonight, we are bringing forward all of our contract language for all of our employees in the district for Governing Board consideration. To review any substantive changes that have taken place, we have our Chief Human Capital Officer, Mr. John Fernandez. If necessary, we also have our employee relations director, Maricela Mesa, who also assists with our contract language, available for any procedural questions in terms of work with employee groups. Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Members of the board, you've been provided with the draft, the red line version, and the proposed versions of the contract language for school year 2024 to 2025 for the following groups. They include our TEA certified teachers, including probationary and temporary teachers, also our return to work certified teachers. You also receive the contract language for school administrators, school psychologists, and research project managers as represented by Eli. And then you also receive the contract language for non-bargaining employees. These will be your directors and program coordinators and so forth, and then also the superintendent leadership team, the SLT contracts. You'll find if you look at the red line version that there were not very significant changes. We just updated the school year from 23 to 2024 to 2024 to 2025. There were some other cosmetic changes, but they're pretty similar to last year except for the updated school year date. So those are before you for your consideration and approval. Once you approve, then the next stage would be to get to the point where we issue the contracts to individuals upon your approval for those who will be renewing this coming school year.
Okay.
And that will be in future meetings.
All
So
right.
this will just be the language. One more note that this has been run by the collective bargaining groups where applicable for their review, and Ms. Meza took care of that in advance.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions? All right, seeing none, this is a study action, but I will move the item.
Second.
Moved by myself, second by Ms. Ekstrom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, item passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you. Good evening.
And Ms. Mesa. We are moving on to item 8.1, TUSD financial update and projections, fiscal years 25 to 29. Dr. Trujillo, and I do believe.
President Luna
Mr.
Rose,
Hernandez.
members of the governing board. Before Mr. Hernandez does his thing, I just want us to kind of take a step back, actually more for the viewing public, and just kind of set the stage, because this is really the opening of the core part of budget season. When you're dealing with a school district, there are infinite needs, okay? Every position matters, every program matters, every program has an advocate, every position has an advocate, every service matters, every resource matters. The needs are infinite, but your funding source is finite. We know the funding challenges with public schools here in Pima County, in the state of Arizona. The most difficult job of governance for a governing board member and for an administrator, especially our administrative team, is making funding decisions. There's no way around it. Funding decisions have to be made. And I want to share a few principles that guide the recommendations that bring us before the governing board when we get into budget discussions. Number one, it is an indisputable fact that the number one strategy for dramatically and significantly increasing learning outcomes and improving academic performance in the district on a student-by-student basis, regardless of that student's demographic, is the presence of a highly qualified teacher in the classroom. It is instructional spending. It is spending inside the classroom. That's not a new piece of information. That is tried and true. And around that spending, you not only prioritize the salaries, we also prioritize what's known as the learning ecosystem around that classroom teacher. The professional development, the facilities, the classroom, the counselor, the support staff, the custodian, keeping clean and safe spaces. There's an entire ecosystem that lives around that classroom teacher, which is why we passionately support moving dollars into the classroom and into schools. Classroom, instructional spending, direct instruction to students, that's the presence of our highly qualified teacher. School level spending, it's spending and investing in that ecosystem that is around that teacher and allows that teacher to thrive. That's why our principle of always starting in times of budget reductions with positions, programs, and opportunities furthest away from the classroom and furthest away from the school will always be our true north. And that's not going to change. And so with this presentation, we're hoping, number one, you're going to see those guiding principles show up in some of the proposals and some of the ideas that we have for continued funding sources. For, again, going by our true north, the opportunity to continue funding for our ESSER-funded reading and math intervention teachers and our response to intervention teachers. And we'll talk about the differences between carry-forward funding, having cash reserves, and also having your recurring revenue streams coming in through state aid and some of our other recurring grant funding sources that allow us to take care of some of the recurring expenses that we have in the district. And what happens when we spend down our cash reserves and what the impact is on property taxes, bond interest rates, and the like. We'll talk about what the commitments are that the board has already made. That way, when we're having budget discussions, they're not just done in isolation, that we're having them with the entire picture in mind. What is the board already committed to? A historic $11 million salary and wage decompression proposal that the board approved a few years ago. That is something to be proud of. The total readjustment of wages for hard-to-fill positions, making us more competitive in the open market, establishing $15 an hour as the minimum salary, the minimum hourly wage here in the district, the adjustment to nurses' salaries that you did last year. Let's also not forget about the recurring expenses of utilities that continue to shoot up every single year. So we're going to be revisiting some of the prior commitments that the governing board has already made so that our viewing public and those watching can see this is what we're already committing to on a recurring basis year after year. We'll talk about funding strategies that the board may want to look at for some of the priorities that we're bringing forward, mainly around our response to intervention teachers and our reading and our math intervention teachers. And then we'll talk about desegregation funding, what it is and what you can use it for. And we'll have some alternative ideas in terms of what you may want to be able to consider for a desegregation reallocation package that could support the continued funding of our response to intervention and our reading and math intervention teachers. So just kind of setting the stage very, very high level before we start getting into some more of the detail weeds level conversations. I want to turn it over now to our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Hernandez.
Good evening, board members again. So that was our presentation in its entirety. I'm sure. Obviously Dr. Trujillo does a great job in kind of giving you a sneak preview of what's in here, because I can tell it's 901, it's a lot of math, it gets pretty dense, so hopefully it kind of juggles your brains a little bit to ask some questions, because I definitely want to hear from all of you. So just as a quick agenda, we're going to go through a quick financial update, some projections going through the next 5 fiscal years, some variables around our revenues and expenses, the status of our DSEG fund, also as Dr. Trujillo mentioned, what you can use it for, what that looks like, and potentially some alternative funding scenarios around the ESSER positions, particularly our interventionists. So to start off, we're going to kick off with the budget status through fiscal year 29. So as of right now, fiscal year 24, we are projecting to end with a remaining balance of $24.2 million. Now, we are, when you look at this from a surplus deficit, we are expecting to exceed our revenue. Our expenses are expected to exceed our revenues by about $13 million. Those deficits are being offset by two things. We transfer dollars in this year from capital, from district additional assistance, to the tune of $2 million, and $35.2 million that carried forward from fiscal year 24. The assumptions that are incorporated in each one of these fiscal years includes a 2% inflation increase for fiscal year 25 and a 1% inflation increase to the revenue side of the formula going beyond fiscal year 25. Now, it also incorporates a 1% year-over-year decrease to average daily membership. This is just trying to be more conservative than trying to put a number in there that doesn't necessarily have reflected reality in the last 2 years, so we want to make sure that we're budgeting conservatively. It also incorporates a 1% inflationary increase to all of the expenses to make sure that we're accounting for changes to dollars that we're actually spending on things that essentially have increased in price. Everything from floor wax, that's the first thing that I hear from a lot of our principals. I can't afford my floor wax. It went up, from $10 to $30, and we want to account for that. It does not take into account any type of salary increases, right? So salary increases that are either presented to you or recommended to you are going to be over and above what's in this projection. It does assume that we are going to move $10 million from district additional assistance starting next fiscal year. And that is just because we are going to start using more capital dollars for M&O because the bond will pick up some of the capital items that we're going to spend on. But we'll talk about what that will mean. There are some obvious consequences that we need to discuss. Now, fiscal year 28 and 29 show deficits as a remaining balance. State law requires that you always have a balanced budget. So those will be drawn down to zero, which means that we will need to, if we get to those points, if those remaining balances do realize and bear out, we will need to reduce fiscal year 28's budget by $8.6 million and fiscal year 29's budget by another $10.8 million, since we will have no carry forward at that point and our expenses will continue to exceed our revenues. Now, the narrative to some extent has been, can what happened to U of A happen at TUSD? No, it cannot. That is a false narrative. So the University of Arizona's budget is a cash-driven institution. They need to receive revenues from tuition, from state aid, from philanthropy, and other sources of revenue, whereas we are not dependent on those revenues. We are dependent on a budget capacity that by statute the legislature will set for us. They set that capacity based on the cash they receive. So we actually have an expenditure limit that we cannot exceed. The University of Arizona finds itself in a completely different financial situation that is not the situation of Tucson Unified School District. So to compare one to the other is apples and oranges. So I want to make sure I clarify that. Yes, sir.
Quick question, why do expenses go down from 24 to 25?
Expenses go down from 24 to 25 because I'm trying to think in my head the detail behind it. We are moving some of the health insurance costs, some of the subsidies are incorporated in there that were approved tonight. We actually did not have the subsidy. We didn't remove the subsidy for the employer cost in here. So that will actually need to be increased, but it's $2 million. So yeah. Yes, those are the health insurance subsidies in fiscal year 25.
Point of order. I just want to comment on that thing you said about us not being nearly or not, being like the U of A. I think any large institution can get itself into debt, and surely we could too. Though we have different funding sources, we can wind up in debt if we make the wrong decisions.
Yeah, if we overspend our budget limits, that's how we end up in debt. But as your chief financial officer, I would never let you adopt a budget that exceeds your budget limit. I'm statutorily not allowed to do that. And you're statutorily not allowed to adopt a budget that exceeds your budget limit. So, whereas at the university, completely different animal. But you're right, it can happen anywhere. So these are some of the board-approved commitments that are already baked into your 5-year projection. 3 of you have been on this board for 4 years, have approved these items in their entirety. The fiscal year 23 compression, $11.5 million. We applied that to all classified staff. There are salary increases that are currently in play for fiscal year 24. Utilities increase to the tune of $5.6 million. This is mostly electric and gas. We're implementing a new K-6 pilot program. This includes some of the capital costs that Mr. Romero was talking about in regards to the modular buildings. That's in there. The cost of benefits and increases. We know on a market level, we will see an 8% year-over-year increase to benefits regardless of what an RFP does. It's just the way that currently the rates and contracts of healthcare providers are catching up to post-COVID reality. And then we adjusted school nurse salaries to market. So we need to account for these items first before focusing on anything new because we've already baked these into our existing projections. So let's take out our first variable. So the next couple slides are going to touch upon some of these things that impact our financial outlook. Some of these are predictable, some are not, and some of these are in the district's control and some are not. So the first is the inflation adjustment. So state law requires that we are provided an inflation increase of the lesser of 2% or the gross domestic product or GDP price deflator. So Governor Hobbs and the legislature currently have agreed that for next fiscal year 25, that number is going to be 2%. The GDP price deflator is well over 3, so we get the lesser of 2 or the deflator, so we get 2. So that's currently what we're working with. If that changes, we'll know when it does. However, as ADM has declined, the district has not benefited from the full effect of inflationary increases. So in FY23, for example, we gained a significant amount of revenue simply because the legislature and the governor approved increases to special ed group B weights, to a new group B weight for students who qualify for free and reduced price lunch. It's not because our ADM went up, it's because the counts of the students we had is just more valuable on a weighted level. You can see that in 24, we just kind of went back to reality, right? We got a 2.92% increase. Our ADM really didn't change, $7.4 million. There is currently no indication beyond fiscal year 26 or beyond fiscal year 24 that we are going to change from 2% or 1%. The current budget deficit at the state level for fiscal year 24 is nearly $500 million. There is another $400 million deficit going into fiscal year 25. They've got to figure that out. So, it's a penny pinching. So you can see kind of what our budget impact has been based on inflation. The other variable that we're more in control of is obviously our average daily membership. So this is the biggest factor that influences our district funding is our enrollment and therefore the average daily membership. So districts are funded, just as a recap, on the enrollment of a student through the first 100 days of school, the average number of days. So if your student was here from the first day of school to January 23rd, which was our 100th day, we get a full amount of funding. If they left or started at any portion thereof, we'll get a proportional amount depending on how many instructional days they were here. In the last 2 years, though, the district has lost about 4% of our total enrollment. And so for budgeting purposes, we're using a 1% decline in 25 and 26. We don't know what that's ultimately going to look like, but for budgeting purposes, we want to make sure that we're kind of tracking along the same vein. Now, you need to understand that ADM is not actual enrollment. These are not necessarily the number of kids sitting in schools, right? The number of kids we have in schools is well over 40,000. The average number of days that they attended altogether equates to about, right now for fiscal year 24, about 37.8. So they're not the same number, one drives another. So just kind of keep that in mind. But the year-over-year financial impact in those losses from 22 to 26 cumulatively is $10.7 million. So even though we've increased inflation, as the ADM went down, the cost of ADM is so much greater that we've actually lost $10.7 million in revenue that we don't have available, which equates to about 2.5% of our operating budget. Now this one it's got a lot of decimal points. So just kind of bear with me on this one, and I'm gonna break it down for you. So this slide in particular shows the impact of what fluctuating ADM growth from a 1% decline to a 2%, or from a 2% decline to a 1% increase will do over the next 4 years. So just to kind of give you like acronyms, REV, revenue, BBCF, budget balance carry forward. Okay, so the losses of revenues and carry forward, so the losses of revenue only furthers the need to make sure that we maintain a positive carry forward, right? Because if we continue to decline on students, our revenue will continue to decline. Our need to maintain a carry forward is going to be important. The column title that with the revenue shows the impact of each percentage increase or decrease on the ADM and what that impact would be on the revenue for fiscal year 25. So for example, in fiscal year 26, a 2% decrease in the ADM equates to $2.8 million less in revenue than we're estimated to receive in fiscal year 25, and so forth. Same thing with budget balance carry forward. Now, it should be noted that there are those two zeros, and it appears that that we're actually going to lose more by having a 2% decline than having no decline. And that's because, as I mentioned before, you can't exceed your budget. So once your carry forward exceeds what it is supposed to be, you got to drop it to zero. So it just becomes a goose egg. So really you have no carry forward. You've eliminated the whole thing. Whereas with a 1%, it's the same thing. It goes down to zero, but I'm representing it because it actually didn't exceed it. Keeping a zero change, no increase, no decrease, actually will provide us an additional $27.8 million in revenue. It actually will make sure that we stabilize our carry forward by then managing our expenses. But if we can manage essentially no growth and no loss, that in and of itself is a positive for the district. Obviously, increasing above and beyond that, I mean, if we had a 1% year over year increase, we're talking over almost $57 million in new revenue and an increase of almost $16 million in carry forward. That's just by moving the needle 1%. And that's 1% district-wide. Now, capital transfers. So this is one that I mentioned previously. We started doing this. We did that this year because we got an increase in the capital funding. We're looking at doing it again in future years because we have new bonding capacity. So the bonding capacity is going to give us access to that capital, and we're allowed to do that. A couple of things that we need to understand, though, is that we still need to retain sufficient capital for routine repairs and maintenance. Breaking toilets and, leaks in roofs and things like that, that stuff is still our responsibility. That is not a bond responsibility. So we still need to make sure that we maintain the funding. The other thing is instructional materials cannot be paid with bond dollars. So I've given you a box. This is a compilation of adoptions that the Curriculum and Instruction Department, who just presented you an ELA adoption, needs in the next 5 to 6 years. Social studies, I mean, just think about 1999 social studies. We've gone through 3 or 4 presidents since then. So there is no Barack Obama, there is no George W. Bush, there is no Donald Trump, in that K-8 social studies book. So, I made the joke, the elementary science, Pluto was a planet in that science, and my 4th grader is using that science book. So he still thinks Pluto's a planet, and we get into an argument in the car over it. So, this is one of the reasons why it's important to make sure that we have up-to-date materials, but we need to be mindful of how we do these capital transfers, right? Because we need to make sure that we focus on the needs of these textbooks that essentially, for the most part, cover core subject areas. English language arts, mathematics, and in some instances, graduation requirements for our high school students.
Ms. Ekstrom had a question.
Yes.
Do we know how much it would cost to get books for all of these
I do have that number. I don't have it committed to memory, but I
Okay.
can get you that number.
Okay.
We do have that planned out. So I do want to give you one word of caution is that once we start transfers, it's difficult to stop because then we bake them into the revenue that makes M&O work. So it's going to be nice and gravy for the next 5 years to move 10 million bucks. But the moment you want to start pulling the kind of the trigger out of it, then we got to start talking about what are we going to do with M&O. It's kind of ESSER-like. And it's kind of scary because obviously we've seen that song, right? We know what that movie looks like, and we don't really like the ending. So DSEG funding status, I think Dr. Trujillo at this point, we'll turn it over to him.
Yeah, when we talk about desegregation funds, I think it's important to understand, number one, you're capped. Each fiscal year, you can't exceed the amount budgeted by the school district for desegregation expenses. Fiscal year 08-09, we receive the same static amount of funds each and every single year. That means a couple of things. As wages rise, the price for goods and services rise, the price for PD, the price for programming, the price for fuel, we don't get any additional dollars. And that's what creates a lot of the deficit challenges that we see in our desegregation budget and why we rely on vacancies and why we rely on some of the underspending in the departments to balance that budget out. That is a very, very important point of understanding. We want to make sure that everybody, especially in the public, understands. It also makes it incredibly difficult to create new initiatives inside of desegregation because you're capped and there really isn't a lot of room to incur any additional costs. The other very, very important point in the language embedded in statute ARS 15910, the governing board can, should, and will continue to levy desegregation dollars for the purpose of maintaining mandated programs in the original court order, as well as allowable activities. There is an entire section of the USP, Section 5 of the Unitary Status Plan, called Quality of Education. Its first sentence requires us to improve academic outcomes for African American and Latino children, referred to as the plaintiff class students, throughout the lawsuit. That entire section is focused on the district facilitating programming and assigning resources to schools to shrink the achievement gap. The statement that the usage of desegregation dollars for reading and math intervention teachers and response to intervention teachers working with the most minimally proficient students in the district that are predominantly plaintiff class students, along with Native American students and other students in other groups that are at the minimally proficient level, that is erroneous. It is a total allowable expense per statute. This administration, this board has been counseled as such by numerous attorneys, especially our DSEG counsel. We have been encouraged throughout the life of the desegregation order, specifically by our late special master, Dr. Willis Hawley, to continually pursue activities that can be facilitated as close to the classroom, inside the classroom as possible, to have positive effects on academic achievement for African American and Latino students. This is a worthwhile pursuit, and this is why we pursue the usage of desegregation funding for these efforts. And it's also a recurring revenue source, as we talked about, in terms of that sort of static amount of dollars that we get every single year. Here's a quick snapshot of fiscal year 24 DSEG at a glance. You have 3 boxes. Your first box, it's just year-to-date activity in your M&O and our unrestricted capital. You also have your top 5 expense types occurring inside of the desegregation fund itself. Just as you do in your regular district budget and just as you do in title, salary and compensation is always going to be the biggest portion. DSEG, it's no different than it is with your regular district budget. You also see our top 5 expenses by department. You see language acquisition and transportation, magnet, gate, and ALE. It should be noted that transportation has always been and historically been split funded 50-50. 50% funding source coming in from DSEG, 50% funding source coming in from maintenance and operations. And we talked a little bit about the deficit and what the deficit is and what drives the deficit. You can see across 2 fiscal years some of the main contributors to where we are with regard to the current estimated $4.2 million deficit. We see that $4 million staff to 90% of market entry, that first crack at increasing the minimum wage of the district, that initial first step to get the district to $13 an hour. Then we saw another $1.7 million for hard to fill positions as part of the decompression package, the move to $16 an hour entry rate for bus drivers. And then, of course, over in FY23, we saw $5.7 million increasing the entry rate to $13.50 plus the additional decompression effort. And then, of course, $9 million as part of that decompression effort for general increases and critical position increases. So you can see just a myriad of some of the financial adjustments that have occurred that have driven up a lot of the wages without us collecting an additional dollar beyond the $63 million that we collect. And so when we're talking about desegregation, I think it's very, very important to talk about these points as we head into the conversation about ESSER position alternative scenarios, which we'll talk about now. And when I talk about scenarios, they don't necessarily reflect, or they don't reflect, the administration's recommendations. Our job is just to put options that you have out there. Of the 3 that we're going to be looking at, the administration, we will be encouraging the board to consider one. And that's one I'm going to talk about here in a moment. But first, when we talk about what we're trying to accomplish, we're looking at our ESSER learning loss positions. I want to begin by saying every one of these positions played a vital role in our post-pandemic recovery, in bettering the academic recovery of our students, but in a constricted financial situation where we're not, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, operating with an infinite amount of dollars. We have to return to that true north. We've got to take a look at those classroom teachers that we know are in the classroom working as response to intervention teachers for math and reading and have been shown to be effective in increasing performance on our state assessments in numeracy and literacy for students that are at the most minimally proficient level. And so we're looking at them this evening at a price tag of $3.6 million, in which the following scenarios could possibly be options for the governing board. A quick note on MTSS. Though we're not ready to discuss a funding strategy for MTSS this evening, I can share with all of our anxious school communities and our public, we are getting close. We have a very, very exciting and possible funding strategy that we will be discussing publicly with the governing board on February 27th. I know that a lot of schools have been sending emails to my office and to our board members regarding MTSS facilitators. Stay tuned. We will be discussing that potential funding strategy on February 27th. So your first scenario in which you could possibly take a look at additional funds that could be allocated towards some of these ESSER-funded teaching positions is what's called the over formula positions. We have certain positions in the district in which schools have been given positions that are underneath the established ratio. You can see 3 categories: assistant principal, office assistant, and administrative secretary. We have 28 situations around the district where we have assistant principals allocated to schools that have not met the 1 to 600 scenario. Same with office assistant and same with administrative secretaries, with a tune of about $3.2 million in spending. This is not our recommendation. This is not a recommended path that the administration would advise the board for the reasons that we talked about in terms of inside of school spending, where a lot of the work to support our students and families is happening. What we are going to ask the board to take a look at is an alternative desegregation reallocation package without any programming cuts or any personnel cuts to the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Department. And though EDI is not a subject of any reductions to either staffing or programming, it is very, very important to communicate to our public, to our families, and to our school community that yes, equity, diversity, and inclusion, it is a department. It does consist of individuals, and they carry out important work for the district. But equity, diversity, and inclusiveness, it is a philosophy and it is a commitment to governance and equitable access to programming that is seen throughout the district. It is seen in our magnet programs that provide specialized themed instruction for students in all kinds of different areas, incentivized transportation for students whose transportation has been a barrier. It is evident in our two-way dual language programs, our open access to gifted and talented education that provides all kinds of opportunities for traditionally disadvantaged students to participate in GATE instruction. It's evident in the decisions you make as board members, like when you voted to waive the cost of childcare in this district for a couple of school years, removing barriers for families that otherwise would not have seen equitable access to childcare across the district. It's evident in our culturally relevant courses that have thousands of students enrolled in courses in world history, American history, and English language arts through both African American and Mexican American perspectives. And it is evident in our code of conduct and our approach to student discipline based in restorative practices. And a lot of the work that is carried out by our equity departments is equity-focused African American student services, Native American student services, Mexican American student services, through the case management model of our student success specialists that are in classrooms, working with families, mentoring students. So I think it's very, very important to talk about EDI as a whole. The department, yes, but also the commitment that we have to servicing and programming throughout the district. This alternative desegregation reallocation package not only accomplishes budget reductions around the protected departments that the governing board advised the administration that it didn't want to pursue any budget reductions in, but it also presents a slate of budgetary reductions that do not involve loss of positions, anybody being displaced from a current position, anybody being cut from a position or having to go into the district-initiated transfer process. But what it does involve is a reduction and a diminished capacity in some certain areas. Starting with ALE doesn't mean the elimination of professional development or the elimination of AP exam fee subsidies for free and reduced lunch kids. It just means a reduced capacity. Your positions that you see there for assessment and evaluation, a half-time research project manager, that's vacant at the moment. That does not involve displacing any of our employees. That's the same for your two positions there in student relations and technology services. Those are vacant positions that do not require us to displace any of our employees. You see a big ticket cut from the legal department there at $595,224. Remember that you're now able to pay that cost through the litigation recovery earnings that you got through the settlement with Jewel. Those dollars are there. They don't involve any loss of programming or any cuts to personnel. You also have human resources proposing $462,000 in non-USP mandated stipend commitments. So this is non-inclusive of the stipends that we committed to under the former court order, but it is inclusive of some of the areas that have become priorities for us over the years. It also does not include ongoing payments of stipends to employees. We are honoring those commitments. These are dollars that are earmarked for potential new hires into the district in these areas. It is also important to note that we went through the exercise of these departments working together to identify these particular areas as areas that they would be willing to live with as a department if a cut was to be asked for. So putting all of this together, we have an alternative reallocation package of $3.5 million that would be able to handle the cost on a recurring basis of our response to intervention teachers and our reading and math interventionists. This is the administration's preferred route. We would encourage the governing board to consider us pursuing this desegregation alternative reallocation package. Of course, the third option that the governing board does have, of course, and Ricky's going to speak to this, is using contingency dollars. Could the board use contingency dollars? It could, but there will be ramifications not only to spending down your cash reserves, but implications for some of the commitments that we made to the electorate with regard to property taxes and the costs that they would incur as taxpayers. Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, so as Dr. Trujillo mentioned, every organization our size needs to assess the risk of not having unrestricted funding, right? We need to account for unplanned events. That's not accounting, that's financial planning. All right, so we need to understand what we should be doing in order to make sure that we mitigate issues that come up as they move forward. Now, one of the suggestions has been accessing our, right now our contingency fund is at about $22 million. If for fiscal year 24, that's kind of where it's at for the current fiscal year. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends that at a minimum, we have an unrestricted fund balance that covers at least no less than 2 months of general operating expenses. So 2 months of payroll, 2 months of keeping the lights on, that's the recommendation from them. That's just minimum. We exceed that minimum. Now, if we were to start touching the contingency fund and or touching any cash reserves, Medicaid, impact aid, auxiliary funds, plant fund, for example, then we're diving into cash that could actually be available in addition to contingency that are also one-time dollars that are not necessarily replenished on a recurring basis. The impact on our bond rating would be significant. As the advisors from Stifel mentioned, we're going to sit through a rating call. They're going to want to know what we're doing contingency-wise, what our reserves look like, what is the movement going to be. 20% of the rating for Moody's is related to your reserves. So 20% of your grade on whether you're going to get a good rating or not is going to be based on what this looks like. Plus 10% for liquidity. How quick can we turn our contingencies into cash if we need them to? Right? So a third of our grade is going to be based on our ability to have reserves and liquid cash that we can convert into liquidity. Again, financial planning, not accounting. Investors who want to buy bonds are looking at our ability to weather financial uncertainty through access from not just those contingency funds, but those cash accounts. It doesn't mean that you can't use them. I don't want to necessarily kind of put it like this is like a trust fund that you can't touch till you're, whatever age you want to be. That's not what this is. There needs to be a method behind how and when we access them. It needs to be targeted. It needs to be limited, right? Sometimes it needs to be about, we're going to access these dollars because the return on those dollars is going to be greater. We accessed auxiliary funds to pay for a survey of the electorate regarding the bonds. The return is $480 million on a $26,000 contract. That kind of return on investment is fantastic financial planning because now we can show that we access those and the return and the yield is greater. Our policy, your policy as a board, is 1% of the M&O and capital budgets, about $3 million a year that we have to keep. So even if we decide to deplete, it's always got to be $3 million, no matter what you do. Our counterparts at Pima County and City of Tucson have much greater and stricter contingency and cash balance reserves. So we are among, some of the more larger governments that has a policy. Our peer school districts don't all have most of them do not have a formal policy. They may have cash on hand, but not anything at the direction of the board. So using our contingency funding for ongoing expenses can not only show that we have a lack of planning, but it makes us look like we're a riskier investment, and we're just going to increase our borrowing costs. If we have higher reserves, we're going to get a better rating. Better ratings appear to be less risky. Less risk, less interest. Less interest, we don't charge the taxpayers for that interest cost. It's like taking out a credit card. If you got a 500 credit score, you're probably not going to get a good interest rate. You got a 700 credit score, you're probably going to get a really good interest rate, and it's going to cost you less out of pocket. That's exactly what this does. And that's the kind of the downhill effect of impacting the contingency fund to John Q taxpayer. And the last one is Title I centralization. So Mr. Lanza is going to talk to you in kind of more detail about the status of Title I. However, I wanted to kind of make sure that I brought focus to any potential idea that Title I, centralizing more Title I dollars might be a way to fund these RTI or these interventionist positions. Currently, we allocate about 80% of our Title I to our schools. We're looking at reducing allocations by up to 20%, and Mr. Lanza will talk about what those factors can look like. If the decision were ever made to centralize these interventionist positions by increasing more Title I in the central office versus the schools, those reductions would actually have to grow up to 30%. So a third of schools' Title I dollars would go. So in some instances, these schools would eliminate counselors, school community liaisons, teaching assistants. Our largest high school cut would be upwards of $194,000. The largest middle school cut would be $122,000. So we would have to reallocate about 5 to 10% away from schools, about $1.6 to $2.4 million. This is certainly not a recommendation. We want to make sure that we're keeping these Title I dollars as close to the schools and the families that they serve. So with that, any questions? Thank you.
Okay. Board members, questions? Well, one, I want to say, Mr. Hernandez and Dr. Trujillo, thank you for the presentation. It's a lot of information to take in, not even just at this time of the evening, but just in general. Without getting too much into the weeds, and when we're talking about these type of possible cuts, I mean, a lot of the stuff is, I think you mentioned, I have to go back to the screen that I was going to. Oh, I know, the reduced to zero, because I was not a math major, so if you can just kind of, when you're saying reduced to zero, it's to offset like the upcoming FY?
Yeah, the
Okay.
deficit, right? Yeah, because you're going to exceed, and so you can't carry forward a negative number. You've got to reduce that to zero. So you'll have no carry forward to have. Same thing in the 1% column, that 20.6. I mean, essentially those should be zeros as well, because you cannot carry those negative numbers. You can carry the other ones, right? Because the 9.2 million in fiscal year 26 under 1%, for example, you'll end up reducing it to about $11.4 million in carry forward. So it's a $9.2 million reduction. You'll still have $11 million to carry forward. Once you exceed 20.6, based on this model, you've got nothing, right? Okay. You've got what you get, and you don't throw a fit, kind of like what they say, right?
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Ekstrom.
So the recommendation is to move forward with the desegregation reallocations without EDI to fund the RTI positions.
That is correct, Governing Board Member Ekstrom. Though there's no formal action tonight, the administration can operate off of direction to at least get what's known as, of course, the PIA, the Performance Impact Analysis. The good news is a lot of this was in the original Performance Impact Analysis. We, of course, would repost it. Absent anything with EDI, And in accordance with the governing board's direction at the last meeting, we would make sure that we would facilitate a community meeting to talk about everything on the screen, to make sure everybody had a thorough and working understanding of every one of the expenditure recommendations on the screen before it comes back to the governing board.
And I just wanted to say, I think when we received our report about how important RTI teachers were, it kind of got lost in translation a little bit. But I did receive an email from an RTI teacher, and just if you could give me some grace here, I just would like to read a little bit about what she said. At the beginning of the school year, many of our students fell into the category of minimally proficient in reading and math, according to AASA and our district benchmarks tests. Since this year began, I have been working with grades kinder through 5th grade, and she has seen a great impact in students' learning from this work. For example, in 5th grade, we had students that did not know how to divide or multiply. However, since our interventions began, our 5th graders are now becoming fluent with long division and multi-digit multiplication. In 3rd through 5th grade, reading has also shown improvements to students who tested into the minimally proficient category. They have improved to partially proficient or proficient in reading in our district benchmark tests. Not only do specialized interventions provide academic impact, but they also have affected our students' social emotional well-being. For example, students that had low confidence as readers are now volunteering to read to other students and have shown improvements in peer relationships and school attendance. So that impact, that's just one school. That school has students who are now, dealing with homelessness for the first time. Just so many things that are impacting these students' lives. And this one intervention teacher has made an impact in their lives. And I think we need to keep pushing that out, keep telling people this is what our RTI teachers are doing throughout the whole district. This is just one school. So I am in support of this, and I know that it's not what we want to hear, or it's not the easy thing to do, but to keep these teachers is very important to our district, to our students who will continue on year after year learning and graduating and just being so proud to come to school and to be able to read with their peers. So this is not an easy decision, but I am in favor of keeping these RTI teachers, and I am so happy to hear, Dr. Trujillo, that we are coming close to keeping our MTSS coordinators. So I look forward to that discussion as well. Thank you.
Dr. Shaw.
Great. Thank you, President Luna Rose. And this is a really good presentation. I have 2 questions. My first question is, we approved, or we had a lot of proposals for other administrative positions through the ESSER funding. I'm looking back at my June 2021 folder, and I find like the ESSER 2 proposal, like $120,000 for HR to help manage all the new positions. $200,000 to grants to manage all the new grants with ESSER. Communication, $154,000. Do we still have those positions, or are they gone, or are those administrative positions that we might not need as much anymore because the ESSER funding is gone and all those new positions, all the hiring is completed?
It's both. So some of those positions have been absorbed. So, for example, in the grants department, the coordinators that were managing ESSER have taken on new roles in new grants and new programs that we've implemented. Some of them are Title I, some of them in our private schools and things like that. So some of them have been reabsorbed and their positions have been eliminated. Others, we have positions where people will actually need to lose their position, and they will need to go into either the transfer portal or apply for a new position. So we've got both, but every department is evaluating basically the need and the ability to absorb them. So yeah, we have a lot of learning loss positions that are not part of this discussion that are being impacted, that we're not having a conversation on, and department heads are doing that one by one.
So this is ESSER 2, so this already finished last September. So none of these were absorbed in M&O, all of these were either eliminated, or were any of these
Correct.
absorbed in M&O that we can consider for other positions?
That's right. Right. Yeah. So if they've been reabsorbed in M&O, it's through attrition, right? Somebody left a vacant position and they qualified and applied to apply for that job. But no additional positions were created for like a contact tracer. We had a bunch of contact tracers that were hired in the Health Services Department. Those positions weren't moved to M&O. Those positions were they were done. If they wanted to apply for a job, they certainly could.
All right, so that's not an available source of funding then?
No.
No, congrats, okay. My second question is about the legal services. So I'm looking at the last presentation, it just said legal services. It was assumed that was going to be positions gone from the legal department, and we've been told a lot that once the DSEG is finished, we need less legal services. And then now it's, in this presentation, the legal services are going to the litigation recovery fund, which we already kind of committed that this is going to go to help reduce substance use and mental health for our students. And we created a whole task force around this and how to use $900,000 or $1 million per year. So I'm seeing from this proposal that we're taking more than half of that money that we had committed to substance use reduction and mental health issues, and we are getting rid of that commitment now and moving more than half of it into this.
Yeah, I'll let you answer.
So at the time of the proposal to move $595,000 over into litigation recovery, which is inclusive of this moment, we're still operating with very restrictive Title 15 language that at this moment restricts our usage of these dollars to anything but just covering legal costs. Now, lobbyists are at work right now in the legislative session, hoping to get that language changed. If that language is changed, all of a sudden the entirety of the award, the $7 million, is going to come open, where we would be able to, I think, accomplish both, house some of the legal costs there, as well as be able to fund the recommendations that are upcoming from the substance misuse.
So this is a little bit of an accounting thing. So what we're doing is...
That's not my question. Can I clarify? Because,
Sure.
So my question was not about... I understand the whole piece of the lobbying and how much money we can use at a time. So my question is, now we're not committing the money towards substance use reduction and mental health. We're committed to RTI program.
No.
No, Ricky, you wanna...
Yeah. So the legal department is funded about $900,000 from non-DSEG M&O and about $595,000 from DSEG. We're taking the $900,000 that we fund out of M&O, moving it into litigation recovery. The $900,000 that is now opened up into M&O will go to Dr. Gau's office so that he can implement the substance abuse task force. So we're essentially shuffling budgets from M&O to litigation recovery so that we can free up M&O to be used for the task force, because we can't use litigation recovery under the current statute for that, but we can use it for legal services.
Right. So then we're also doing another $600,000 into litigation recovery every year. Is that what this proposal is?
Yes, and this part of it would
we're
not...
losing money for what we had committed to, substance use reduction and mental health.
No, we're not. Because we're using their budget is $1.5 million. 900 is non-DSEG, 900,000 is non-DSEG, 595 is DSEG. The 900 is going to be there when we move.
But for less years, because we use the $9 million we have from litigation recovery fund quicker if we're doing an additional $600,000 every year from DSEG into it. So we have less available for.
So because we're going to move the legal department, but no, not the DSEG portion, because it's not a DSEG eligible activity to fund the substance abuse task force. So this $595,000 we're freeing up is going to go back into the interventionist. It would never be available for the task force because it's not an eligible.
Right. So we're
DSEG.
eating up the money from litigation recovery funds quicker now because we're moving this into it. So instead of 10 years of 900,000, we have only 6 years of money for substance use because we're doing another additional 600,000 into it.
If we stay at $1 million, I mean, yes. I mean, it's $900,000. We would still be able to spend $900,000. It's a $7 million fund. I mean, you can do both and still accomplish it to 10 years, because at some point we would have to return the legal services department to the regular district budget. So whether we do that earlier or later, I mean, that just becomes math. But we are still committing the $900,000 to the substance abuse task force.
But for less years.
Maybe.
Because we're already doing $1.3 million or
Right.
$1.4 million
And
out of this.
That's a maybe, because we can decide to move legal services back to M&O at any point in time. Either way, we're doing it next fiscal year because there's no statute right now that lets us use substance abuse. So at least $1 million is already gone, simply because the law doesn't let us to spend the money the way we want to spend it.
Ms. Shaw.
Just a question on that vein. How much total does the legal department spend every year? Or how much is that expense?
They spend about 1.5 million.
For how many staff?
How many staff?
Is records included in the legal department?
Yes.
So that's 5.
5 FTE.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 FTE.
And they haven't been asked to reduce any of their costs?
No, because we're eliminating all of them out of M&O. That's the reduction of cost.
But you're not reducing the workforce?
No, we're not reducing the workforce. It's 1 records clerk, 2 attorneys, 2 legal assistants.
That's a lot.
Reduce the outside counsel fees because DSEG isn't as hot as it was several years ago.
I see.
Yeah, we did reduce that. The legal services fees went to EDI for case management this fiscal year. That was about $90,000.
Well, with all that money that we're spending on legal, I'm really surprised that we're not following the post-unitary status reporting and accountability plan to the letter. Mr. Hernandez, in November, we posted the desegregation annual report, did we not?
Dr. Brown posted that, yes.
So it was done in November.
You'd have to ask Dr. Brown if that's when it happened.
Okay, because I'm looking at the post-unitary status reporting and accountability plan, and it mandates that we are supposed to do a public hearing in January. I don't think that happened.
You'd have to talk to Dr. Brown.
Well, I don't need to talk to Dr. Brown. If it didn't happen, we have our legal counsel here. Why are we not following through with the mandates of the post-unitary status accountability and reporting plan?
I'll be happy to talk with our outside counsel and have an executive session with the board about those.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's really Dr. Brown's field. Like, of course, she oversees EDI, but we have a lawyer specifically for this issue.
Yeah, all of the desegregation administration is run by the EDI department. That's why I say Dr. Brown, because we have a program manager in her department who works on performance impact analysis, the annual report, and managing the relationship with your DSEG bond or your DSEG council. So that's why I turn it back to EDI, because they are the ones who manage the DSEG website, the posting of the annual report, the posting of the PIAs.
Oh, I take offense to that with a $250,000 or so that we're paying Mr. Converse. I think he should keep us abreast of what we are supposed to do in January of every year.
Yeah, that would be something to talk to your legal counsel about.
Okay, and in light of this not happening, I don't think we should consider any of these desegregation reallocations, because from what I'm reading in this post-unitary status reporting and accountability plan, every change to DSEG programs or allowable expenses, should have a PIA or at least a desegregation and desegregation impact analysis. And so I don't know why we're even considering any of this without that happening.
So
I know.
I'll let Dr.
One more point.
Yeah.
I know there was a PIA that was posted at our last meeting. I don't think that was exhaustive of all these things that we're seeing here on the screen. From my estimation, we should really be doing one for each of these things. And so I'll turn it over to Dr. Trujillo.
Dr. Hill.
Governing Board Member Shaw, you're stating exactly what we're setting out to do. We have to do a performance impact analysis before to present to the governing board anytime we're recommending changes inside of the desegregation budget to USP mandated programming as part of a commitment to the post-unitary status and accountability plan. That's exactly what we're doing. You are correct. This necessitates a new PIA. A lot of this was in the former PIA, but that's no longer on the table. We would have to, exactly as you said, post a brand new PIA, and in accordance with what the governing board expressed at the last meeting, in addition to posting that PIA, we would invite the community in, not in a board meeting situation, but for a community presentation and forum, and we would walk them through every single one of these reductions. And we would present the PIA to them publicly before coming back and asking the governing board to vote on the matter. Yes, it is a new PIA.
There should be multiple PIAs, I believe, and I don't see anything about any of this stuff in the PIA that was posted at our last meeting. It's like very broad.
Which is why we're doing a new PIA, exactly for the reason you just said. I'm agreeing with you. It's a new PIA. There is no language in the post-unitary status plan that actually gets down to the detail of single items requiring an entire PIA. I haven't seen that language. We can look for it. The language around the development of PIAs was left very broad in the post-unitary status plan, in that we must do them and that they have components. And the major components require us to go provision by provision of the unitary status plan to advise the board of any impact to integration or the compromise of programming inside of the unitary status plan. That's what we're required to do, and we will do that in this instance. This is our recommendation. It doesn't mean that the board has to take the recommendation. It is just us saying, this is your viable funding strategy that would put recurring desegregation funds in the service of funding the RTI teachers.
Right on. I wouldn't say that our post-unitary status reporting and accountability plan is broad. It's like 150 pages, and it's pretty specific. And although you seem to agree with me now, at our last board meeting, we were ready to take action on this, and that shouldn't have even happened or been put on the agenda like that. And so I really think we should table this, not give direction, give the people their public hearing. And I want to also suggest to the board that we find a way to keep those ESSER positions as well as the teacher assistants that are so needed in all of our schools. And maybe we could do that with DSEG money if we do an audit of all of these expenses of DSEG, a lot which I feel should be coming out of the M&O budget and not DSEG.
Okay. Mr. Romero.
So on this desegregation reallocations, basically what we're doing is kind of putting these departments on a diet, if I'm, kind of reducing these costs because we need to save money. It's just like you would in any type of business. If something's not working or you're overspending in certain areas, where can we put this money? Because, as Ms. Ekstrom had mentioned, reading that email, we can see how powerful these people are in place, So having with the community, looking at these to find out what the impact will be on these, I am leaning towards, looking at reducing those costs. What I really would like to do to not even keep on the slate would be, removing assistant principals, office assistants, administrative things that, especially like at our high schools. I'm not sure how we came up with the different formulas. I think if we needed to look at different formulas, I'm sure Eli and the administration would be willing to look at those types of things. I just know for me, of the three that we have offered, I would definitely want to take off the first one, and I would want to look into the second one.
The over formula allocations, as Dr. Trujillo mentioned, is not a recommendation of the administration. This is our recommendation, is this DSEG reallocation.
Thank you.
We just wanted to present it as an informational item.
I don't like it.
Okay. Board, any more questions? Okay. I guess Dr. Trujillo can, I mean, this was a study and information item. So if you can, perhaps come back with, if there's any language defined concerning any of the DSEG that Ms. Shaw alluded to, and just making sure that we're following everything that we should be following concerning unitary status plan.
Absolutely, we'll do that.
Okay. All right, Ms. Hernandez, thank you. And it is 10:05. Dr. Trujillo, to still go forth with our final item on the update on 25, our FY25 Title I allocations?
Yeah, the final item of the evening, last but not least, Director of Federal Programs, Mr. John Lanza. We've talked a lot about Title I as a potential funding source for some of these positions, and I thought this would be a good time to kind of talk about the landscape of Title I coming up this fiscal year. Mr. Lanza?
Good. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Good evening, governing board members. We're going to dive right into this. This is an overview of our projections for FY25 for the next fiscal year, but it definitely ties into what you heard just a second ago about ESSER positions. There are ESSER positions we want to support through our title funds. Then also, you're going to also see some discussion about reductions due to some of the landscape for title. So there are really just three big areas, three title funds that we look at: Title I, Title II, and Title IV. Title I is geared really at student achievement in high poverty schools. Next school year, we're going to have 85 of our 88 schools are going to qualify as Title I. That does have an impact you're going to see on the fiscal landscape. Title II, that is focused a lot on professional development, and the curriculum and instruction department is the majority of that budget. This can be used district-wide. So this can be used at 88 out of our 88 schools. It can be used for district programming. So Title II is a lot of our curriculum and development programs that we'd have. Title IV is kind of it's got three main areas: well-rounded education, safe and healthy students, and technology. It's a lot of supplemental funding that goes into schools to round out what we offer students. In particular, we historically have not had a lot of fine arts or OMA offerings at the middle school level. This is where some of that funding comes in, is rounding out the fine arts offerings at the middle school level. Technology comes into play. So this can be used also district-wide in all of our schools. To give you a little bit of the timeline that we work with on these budgets, it first starts at the federal level. And this is for Title I, II, and IV. There's an allocation that happens at the federal level that's based on census data. And that first bullet is probably not worded the best. That census data is actually used to determine poverty rates. And you're going to see poverty rates come up in the next slide. So at the federal level, they determine poverty rates. And if we're looking at the money this year that we actually have in our schools, that money was actually budgeted by the federal government in October 2022. So we're like about a year and a half behind when we actually get into actually using the money. Our challenge right now is there's not a federal budget passed. And this was mentioned, I think, a couple governing board meetings ago. That actually is still being put together. So we're completely basing what we're working with schools on off of projections of things, other indicators we're using other than having an actual federal budget passed. So if you look then at the state level, that section with the state level, the budgets for this school year were given to schools last March, so just short of a year ago. Initially, when those come from the state to the school district, they are a projection. They usually give us 90% of what they think is going, the end result is going to be. So the challenge is you've got a projection at the federal level right now because there's not a federal budget. The state is making decisions based off of what they feel is coming in, and then we have to give principals budgets this time every year. So the final allocations typically from the state, that last 10% if they held back, that usually comes in November 2023. This year, you're going to see we're in a real pickle, I guess, because we haven't received final allocations from the state yet. I don't know what our final Title I, II, and IV allocations are from the state. It's unprecedented. They're going to see on the next slide that there's some over allocations that they've indicated have happened. We're still waiting to see what our final numbers are for money that we're actually spending right now. And then if you looked at the district line there, schools received their budgets for this school year just over a year ago. And right now, this is where we're at. We are needing to give our schools budgets and our principals budgets to work with to start planning for next year. And it's based off of this timeline that kind of comes out over a year and a half off of projections. Okay, so a lot of information up on this slide, but I wanted to give you a snapshot of, as a district, what our neighboring districts look like, but also you're going to see at the bottom line there, Mesa School District is a comparable district for us in the amount of money they get from title funds. I'm just going to walk you through kind of left to right. So obviously the districts on the left. The second column is our free and reduced lunch percentage for the district. For TUSD, we're at 70.8%. Of our students in schools are free and reduced lunch. You see Sunnyside's at 78, Floydwell 71, Amphi 45, Marana 39, and then Mesa is at 54%. So those are numbers you've seen, and we've talked about those before. If you look at the third column, this is some new information for you. Because I talked about the funding starting at the federal level, this is where they get those numbers from the federal census to do poverty rates. You see for Tucson Unified School District, our rate in our district is 19%. That is not the same as a free and reduced lunch rate. Free and reduced lunch is the actual kids in the school. This district poverty rate are all the students, all the kids between, 3 and 21 years old that are in our school district in Pima County. And so that includes students that go to private schools, maybe students that are homeschooled, students that maybe are not in school, drop out. It includes all of them, not just TUSD students. One of the things you're going to see on the next slide is that poverty rate for Pima County TUSD has been going down the last several years. And that's a concern for us as we look at the landscape, because that means at the federal level, when they give us our allocations, it's looking like those are going to get smaller and smaller without changing any other factors. Just that poverty rate in TUSD, Pima County is going down. You'll see the other districts there, 25, 26, 14, 8% on down. Some of those are just areas of town they live in, different socioeconomic in the area. Going across the second half of the graph, again, left to right, starting in the middle, Title I, Title II, and Title IV allocations. You can see those for each of the districts. Those are in millions of dollars. And then on the right-hand side, the percentage of Title I funds that go directly to schools. These are what we call school allocations. For TUSD, we've been historically right around 80%. Sunnyside and Floydwells were at 70%. Amphi 81, Marana 95, and then Mesa 39. Some of those fluctuations are just based on the size of their budgets they have. So Marana, they don't have a very large budget, really, so they get a lot of that right into the schools. Mesa has a completely different model. They actually hold a lot of their money at the district level first before giving it to schools. And that's allowable. That's called a district set aside. They put it aside first at the district level for programming and then give it out to schools. There are some required things I'll go over later on. You have to set aside at the district level, but there's a lot of options a district can make on what they set aside at the district level before giving it out to the school level. So here are some outside factors that we are dealing with right now in trying to make allocations to schools for this next school year. The first one is that our current budget, like I just mentioned from the Arizona Department of Education, it's not finalized for this current school year, money we're actually spending right now. They have indicated that they've over-allocated by up to 3.7%. But that's all the information we have. This has been kind of brewing for the last couple months. We do not have a final number for them yet. So this is not a good situation to be in. What we're having to do in looking at budgets for next year is take this into account. If we take a 3.7% reduction this year and have to pay money back, that's money that we can't carry forward into next year. We also would need to consider that 3.7% as a starting reduction for next year, because I don't feel safe saying we're going to just be back where we were when we were already short this year. So adding those two things up, we're already like 6-7% that I'm factoring in. We're going to be reduced next year. The other things, as I mentioned earlier, are the census poverty percentages. The percentage, as you can see on that graph, has been going down. We peaked around 2001, and then 2002, 2003 numbers are showing a trend down. So that is indicating that there is going to be less money allocated at the federal level. Also, our overall student counts are dropping. They've gone down by about 2,000 students. 2,000 students between the age of 3 and 21 in Pima County and TUSD boundaries that just aren't there in the counts. So those two factors of the overall percentage actually going down and the actual count of students going down is concerning. So these are the outside factors, in addition to the fact that we don't have a budget at the federal level. Like, we're really just making projections at this point. Those are things that I'm having to take into account when setting budgets for schools, because I want to be conservative enough so that we're not giving money back or pulling money back from schools next year. That would be worst case scenario. And so we want to avoid that situation. And so that's where some of the outside factors are affecting our decisions going into this budget season. Here are some internal factors. We are taking in 22 ESSER funded CSPs. We had planned to do this from the beginning. ESSER CSPs, we wanted to keep those stable in the schools. We've had different models going on over the years of how to keep those critical positions in school. They're instructional coaches for the teacher. They train up our new teacher workforce. They work alongside the principal for professional development. They are the instructional specialists many times in the schools, really making that instruction effective. In doing that work, we wanted to keep that stable in the 22 schools that paid for it out of ESSER. So we have room in the budget to take those in. We also, though, have added 3 new Title I schools this year. Tuva is a Title I school, Borman, and Hughes. And so by taking those schools qualifying for Title I, all of their students that qualify for free and reduced lunch, they actually get an allocation at the school. Our pot of money, though, does not get bigger. Remember, our allocation from the federal government is based on the census poverty. It's not based on the number of free and reduced lunch kids. So we already have a pot of money that we're giving, but now we're having to chop that up a little bit more with 3 more schools coming in, and that pulls a little money from all the other schools. Tuva in particular, I've just outlined that one because this is a unique one. Tuva students last year were already receiving free and reduced lunch counts, I guess, in their schools, because they had been part of our TUSD schools for the most part. So they already had a little bit of free and reduced lunch at all their other schools. Now that Tuva is its own school, and really it's not a new school, it's just the Cole program that we used to fund, it's now Tuva. Those students, the money follows the students. So 1,035 free and reduced lunch students are coming from our schools into Tuva. And the money follows the student. The money does not stay at the school. The money has to follow the student over. So that's where that money was just kind of slightly off the top of 88 schools comes into the Tuva school now that it's a free and reduced lunch amount. So that pulled money from the system as well, what was already established. And then at the bottom, you see 3 big school shifts that occurred this year that were a bit surprising. School A, B, and C, they all saw increases in both their student count, so more free and reduced lunch students, and their overall percentage, which means there were students there already at the school who weren't free and reduced lunch who now are qualifying in the year. So a combination of their rate going up and new students being added in. You can see on the right-hand side there, those 3 schools saw increases in their dollar amounts, free and reduced lunch dollars coming into the school. So the bottom school in particular is a very large school. It had 119 new students come in, and its free and reduced lunch percentage went from the upper 50s into the mid 70s. They got our top allocation, one of our top allocations for free and reduced lunch. So their increase, they pulled in 85% more for their allocation. That money came from the whole pot again. It just wasn't new money that they were able to get. It came in from our allocation as a district. So all these factors are internal things that have spread the money out essentially among our schools in different ways. And this is what we need to take into account for our projections for next year. So here's the first, well, this isn't the first scenario. We first built up to this scenario. We were looking at what does a 5% cut do? What does a 10%? Is that safe? The issues with the state over-allocating and not having a federal budget and seeing poverty pushed us to look at the 15% cut as the first safe scenario. where we could say we're going to give schools money, but not have the chance of it being pulled back. When we looked at this, taking into account the 3.7 reduction from ADE, the census data decreases, and taking in the 22 ESSER CSPs, it fit for the most part with our schools. They all had reductions, but it fit and kept them whole for the most part, except for these additional impact that we realized. We have a lot of small schools. The smaller schools, there were 20 of them that had a site-based CSP that they were paying for. Their budgets got so small that they were not going to be able to keep a CSP or other positions. So we were kind of hurting ourselves by taking in ESSER CSPs and all these other reductions, and then we were also going to have to let CSPs go because their site budgets, the schools funding those, they didn't have the capacity to do it anymore. So this was creating a hardship, and those schools would be without CSPs. So we'd be paying for some CSPs, but other schools were going to have to give theirs up. So that then led us to look at a 20% cut reduction. This took into all the same situations that we mentioned earlier from the state and the federal and the census data. But now we looked at doing this 20% cut and being able to fund all the CSPs at every single school, 88 CSPs funded centrally through our Title I and Title II programs. This really equalized what we're trying to do with CSPs. It got them all into the schools. The 20% cut obviously reduces schools from 15 to 20, and so there is a loss there that occurs, but it stabilizes the CSP situation, and it actually additional impacts there. 23 schools that were paying for their own CSP in their site budget, now that the district's taking that on and paying for it, they actually got that salary back. So if that approximate salary we just use is $70,000, you've got the salary and benefits, around $70,000. Schools that had to budget that into their own site budget, they actually receive that back, that salary vacancy that they have more flexibility in the school to work with now. So that minimized for some of them that big cut, that big impact for those 23 schools. Also, to make this happen, to ensure we had enough capacity there, we had to move $500,000 from Title IV funding. We had about $500,000 in Title IV that was flexible enough that we have the opportunity to move that into Title I. And that's something you can do, is move funding from Title IV and Title II over to Title I. And so in this scenario, that's something that we would be looking at doing, is moving that funding over to make sure that all of this can happen for the schools and getting the CSPs covered. So this is where we, this was the best scenario we were able to come up with to ensure CSPs and ensure stability to the school budgets, was a 20% cut. Here's an example of 4 different schools, different sizes. The first one on the upper left, School A. This school actually had enrollment go up a little bit. They would be taking a 23% cut in their budget. They have just over 100,000. They have 3 different categories of jobs: the counselor, school community liaison, and 4 teaching assistant. This principal right now is probably having a balance if they can keep those 4 teaching assistants. That's probably what this scenario is, but that's kind of the situation schools are having to go through right now. Something won't quite fit in that first situation with School A. School B, with a 20% cut, you can see that that's a larger school. That's one of our high schools. That cut leaves them with just over 500,000. This school also lost enrollment. So they lost enrollment, which also, every time you lose students, that money follows the students out of the school. So they're going to have some real hard budget sessions there to try to fit those positions in. They probably can fit all those positions into this budget. Okay, so this school will probably have to look at cutting some other things, maybe like added duty or some extra professional development they do with their teachers. But for the most part, these positions seem like they could fit in that budget. School C is unique. School C actually saw a decrease in their enrollment. And then in addition to the 20% cut, you can see they have 175,000 in their for their budget. But this school, because they were funding their own CSP, now that the district is paying for it, they actually have some flexibility. That salary essentially is given back to them. They don't have to pay for it out of their site budget. So this school is actually going to be okay, because that cut initially looked pretty big, but because the district's going to pay for the CSP, those 3 positions they will be able to pay, that's keep whole with that budget that they have. School D, again, just an example, this school had a bigger enrollment increase. This school's enrollment went up by 49 students. Again, free and reduced lunch students, that money follows them in. So they took the 20% cut along with everybody else, but because their enrollment went up, the net decrease only ended up being 10% for that school. So increased enrollment helped level out and keep that school whole. That school should be able to pay for those positions that they have there. So this is where principals are having to make these hard decisions and really work with the budgets right now, and why it's important that we get budgets out to them so that they have solid numbers to work with. The 20% keeps us solid and whole, so we're not having to pull back from schools partway through the year. So that's kind of where we ended, is looking at a 20% reduction due to all those factors that we outlined. The schools all will have a centrally funded CSP at their site for next school year. 23 of those schools do see a slight benefit because their salary that they paid for their own CSP last year will be taken on centrally, so they'll have that relief that'll happen. And then moving $500,000 from Title IV, that decision was based on funding what you heard Dr. Trujillo mention earlier, is our core positions. The CSP position is core in schools. It's also a position that we had current employees in. And so we wanted to value that first in trying to make sure we kept our employees whole, our schools solid. And so some of that money that we had in Title IV was used for outside vendors. One example of that was Higher Ground. They're an outside vendor who do some really good programming in 5 of our schools, but we're paying an outside group with funding that we needed to prioritize for our internal staff, in that case being the CSPs that we had at the school. So there's still a lot of budget in play here, but that's where that $500,000 moving over is to fund those CSPs and make sure we can keep that in place. And one final slide here. So the impact you saw earlier on the percentage of funds in Title I schools on that right-hand column. So this would impact some of what our percentage to Title I schools looks like. So historically, we've been at 80%. This would take that down to right around 69%. I will point out, though, that happens because we're paying for all our CSPs centrally. Those CSP positions are actually still in the school. Okay, so it's not like we're pulling them out from the school. They're actually still in the school. It's just that the funding for it we're paying on the district side versus in the school side. Okay, so not a lot of change as far as the staff in the school, really no change. It's just that the funding's more on the district side. Also, what you see up there are district set aside. So we talked about there are costs you could pay for the district side. So one of them is for grants management. Some of my staff, myself, we have to be paid out of this grant. We can't supplant with outside money, so any of the title management we have to pay for with this grant. Indirect costs, you heard Mr. Hernandez talk about those a little bit earlier, with indirect costs that are pulled out of this grant as well. Private schools, we are required to fund private schools because if we have TUSD students that attend a private school, it's federal money. It has to follow that student to the private schools. So there is a set aside that occurs there. We fund preschool at some of our title schools, and that is at the district level because preschool is not considered a school. It's set aside at the district level. There's other instructional programs. This is probably where our CSPs will be paid out of. Historically, we've paid for summer school. And I will just remind everybody that we've paid for summer school the last 3 summers out of ESSER. This coming summer, it's going to be paid out of ESSER one last time. But going into summer 2025, we are going to have to find capacity for summer school. And it historically has been in Title I, pre-ESSER. So that's where it would be a district set aside to be able to fund summer school. That's going to be a discussion for a year from now when we have to make that decision. Homeless students is a set aside. This is a required 0.5% of our budget has to be set aside for homeless students. Family engagement, 1% of our budget has to be set aside for family engagement, and then options for professional development and additional funding for neglected and delinquent students. And with that, I think I'll open it up for questions. This was an information session to give you an idea of where we're at with title projections for next year.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lanza. Board members, any questions? Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you for your presentation. I have received many emails from various principals stating that that we're going to be told, we're getting a 20% cut in all schools, but a lot of schools are seeing upwards of 30, 40% cuts. So how is that being dealt with?
Sure. So that's right. 20% is what's taken off at the top. Okay, so all budgets are reduced by 20%. And then we have to factor in enrollment and changes in free and reduced lunch percentages. Most of those drops where you're seeing around 30% are because enrollments drop. I think I was showing you the one school up there that School C. School C, they saw, if you look at the numbers there, that's close to almost probably in the 30% drop there. That's because their enrollment dropped by, I believe, 45 or more students. And so when you're funding students at 45 student drop, each student has about $500 associated with them. That's a drop you start seeing in the thousands when that happens. So that when they're saying that they're having a 30% from what their budget was last year, that could be accurate. That absolutely is accurate, but it's because of the drop in enrollment that's in addition to the 20% that occurs. Yes.
Dr. Shaw.
A question on this slide. So are these in the bullet points, are these the positions that are potentially being cut or funded by Title I, or what are the bullet points here? I think I missed it in your
Yeah,
presentation.
sorry, I may not explain that. These are positions at those schools. So what this was trying to illustrate that the positions, which are the majority of the budget at schools, principals are having to make decisions on which positions are fully fundable at schools. So these are examples from those schools of positions.
Okay.
And the school, when you said about the 30% cut, School C, that was actually a drop in enrollment of 101. That's why that percentage there, that's closer to like a 40% because just a huge drop in enrollment.
Ms. Ekstrom.
So from one principal, I'm told that they would lose all TAs. And then if we don't fund RTI positions, they don't have additional support. So what are we doing to fix that?
So we're meeting with principals right now. Each one of these is a unique situation, and we're going through exactly this scenario here. What positions do you have? How much fits into your budget? Some schools are in school improvement, so there are other options depending on the school that we can use with them, but it's kind of just putting our heads together on each one of these situations and helping the principal through them.
Okay.
Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Luna Rose. So in the $500,000 use of Title IV funds for outside vendors, are we completely removing higher ground from our schools?
We haven't decided yet. We need to see how much of that $500,000 is fully needed for the CSPs and to balance that. So that's going to be something as we go through the budget process, probably more like a May decision where we could decide what parts of it could stay in place, what parts wouldn't be fundable. We have to, first schools. We've got to get schools set first. We want to make sure they know where they're at in their budget, and then we'll work typically with outside vendors and other supplemental.
Follow-up question.
Yes.
So what was the administration determination on kind of the impact analysis and some of these things? So we spent a lot of time getting a presentation about the RTI positions and how much of an impact that's making on reading and math interventions. Was something similar done? Why are we putting all of our eggs in the CSP basket as opposed to some of these other programs? So when we go to schools and we meet with the higher ground staff, there's some evidence about those improvements. So is a CSP in a school of 150 worth it compared to a higher ground program in a school of 600, and the impact that's going to be making? So what was the analysis that was done, and why are we doing one thing and not another?
There is an overabundance of research that establishes during the day job-embedded professional development, especially for your first through third year teachers, as one of the most effective teacher retention strategies that we can employ. That's a standard lever for school improvement that is strongly encouraged by the state through Project Momentum, through numerous school improvement models. That's pretty much a tried and true strategy that every district aspires to. To have essentially a highly skilled, sometimes master teacher on the ground, modeling teaching strategies inside of a classroom for a teacher, leading professional development, leading teacher collaborative meetings. That is a core principle of school improvement that has been well established in research. Have we done any research internally? No, just because there's so much external research around the nation that establishes it as a core school improvement strategy. We've never been in a position to really be able to put them everywhere until we had opportunities with ESSER. We've seen opportunities with Title II, and now we have opportunities with Title I. We also know that with regard to higher ground, my understanding is that that $500,000 is earmarked for the Restart Smart program,
Correct.
which is at how many schools? I think
It's at 5 schools.
5 schools, but not the entirety of higher ground programming throughout the district.
Correct. So there are other pieces of higher ground. Must be getting late.
Yeah.
So there is higher ground programming at multiple schools. This is the Restart Smart program. That program actually came out of COVID, and it hit a big need at 5 of our schools coming out of COVID. The whole idea of the Restart Smart was getting back into schools, providing the social emotional programming around students and families getting back. So it's been at some of these schools now going into their 4th year. And at some point, we're going to have to decide, is there a cycle out of some of these? Are there other schools that need it? So, this is something, like I said, it's going to be into May before we really look at how much of that Restart Smart. It's at 5 schools. The other programming that they have with individual schools is a school-by-school choice.
Mr. Lanza, you said earlier in your presentation that, as I'm looking at the third slide, in providing school allocations in March 2023. So I'm understanding correctly that you've not received anything for the upcoming. And if you haven't, would that change any of these projections?
It could. I mean, I'm hoping we get a bigger allocation, right? And then we roll that out to the schools, we recalibrate and say, hey, schools, each one of you has 5, 10, 8% back. But we have to be conservative right now, because if we give them that extra 10% right now and it doesn't come in, then we're laying people off in September or November when I get my final allocations. So this is a little bit, it's always in the background that we're working off of these projections. It's just that we have so many indicators lining up this year of these reductions coming across that we're having to really play it safe and not over allocate.
Okay. I mean, I understand where we are in terms of, budget and everything, but it's just, to me, touching Title I funds is sort of, and any of those title funds is, I don't know, sacrilegious is the right word, but it's hurtful, and it's
Sure.
going to hurt a lot of our schools. And we're already seeing, there's been word, I recently was invited to a roundtable with Congressman Raul Grijalva, and he talked about on the federal level about the House of Representatives is looking to a huge cut in Title I, which would affects us more. So I'm hoping that and praying that perhaps that the allocations that you get in March will look different, because I think that will go a long way, especially if we see the cuts at the federal level that they are projecting.
Yeah. So yeah, just rest assured, like if additional funding does come in beyond that, we have to reallocate that out to schools if it's above and beyond that. So those would be steps we need to take.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. Quick question and then some comments. So 80, is that Arizona or
Arizona
American?
Department of Education,
Okay.
yes.
And so, first I'd like to, if we can direct our lobbyists to go to the AD and be like, we shouldn't have to pay the 3.7% that they over allocated to us, because we already spent that, you know what I mean? And I don't know if we could rally with other school districts to just say, hey, it was your error and you're gonna have to absorb that. And I also find it hard to believe that Pima County the poverty rate has decreased. that can't be true. Is that the federal government who's telling us this, or?
So on that slide, let me go back to it. There's actually a link that you can go to. This is what the federal government uses to pull their numbers. So you see in the bottom left there, that's the report. Those are the data numbers that come across. And so this is where we can take a peek to see what they're seeing, and that's what we do every year, is take a peek to see what they're doing or what they're seeing. For the last couple years, it was going up, right? So we were actually doing pretty well, and now we're seeing this drop, and that's what we're having a plan for.
Huh. Interesting. And I wonder if it's because like so many rich people have moved here. I don't know if it's messing up the average. But I'd like to ask. Typically we give 80% of Title I funds to schools, and so where's that other 20% going?
So that's at the district set aside. So this is the last slide here. So these are the areas for set asides. So again, going through them, grants management, that is basically my team running the grants, myself, we're in there with funding. Indirect costs, that is a percentage that gets taken off every year with indirect costs. Private schools is about, I think it's like $890,000 goes out to private schools. That's because the number of kids that equates to are attending private schools, and we're mandated that money follows them. Yeah, those are the areas that it goes out to.
Yeah, that's important stuff. I was going to say we should, increase our percentage to schools, but I don't think we can eliminate some of those things that we are seeing on the screen. I don't think we should reduce the 80% allocation at all. I don't think we should reduce it thinking that we'll have to pay the 3.7% back. If they tell us that we do we have to? Because I know we didn't often follow, what the state told us during COVID times. And so I don't know, Mr. Ross, if you could weigh in on that.
Yeah, it just doesn't come in. So actually, maybe I'll explain it this way. With the way the grants work, it's actually on a reimbursement. We spend the money and then we submit it to the state for reimbursement. So if we spend $1 million just among our schools, we actually have to submit for reimbursement. So there's always a lag. They just wouldn't send money back. So it's not like we're actually sending money. They're just not going to reimburse us for stuff that we've already accrued.
Okay, well, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so potentially, we could be seeing I'm trying to do the math, 3.7 times 2 taken out at our next allocation.
Yeah, so the 3.7 up there twice. One is we always have a carry forward that we try to push unspent funds. If we're cut 3.7 this year, that's gonna be 3.7. We're not gonna be able to carry forward into the next year, which we historically have done. And then you just got to assume if it's 3.7 short this year, they're at least going to be 3.7% short the next year. Again, following the trends of the census data and the numbers that they see coming in. So again, it's all based on projections, but you're right. It is both those things added up are kind of worst case scenario we need to prepare for.
Okay, so yeah, I think our best bet then is to get our lobbyists on this issue, and hopefully they can do the job.
Okay. Mr. Romero.
Just real quick, I want to just say thank you for this proactive approach. I think it's due diligence to make us be prepared versus later on coming to us and say everything's on fire, run.
Yeah, that'd be the worst.
So I appreciate the proactive approach. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, well.
I just have one more question. If schools would rather fund a TA or MTSS coordinator, would they be able to do that instead of a CSP?
So their CSP is not in their budget right now.
Right.
So it's a set aside, so it's already paid for. Yeah, kind of like allocating for an office manager or a core position. That's how it's funded right now. It's kind of a set position in the schools for funding it.
Okay. I guess I kind of agree with Dr. Shaw in the data. We haven't seen it for the district, so that's something that I would like to see, because people are telling me we need, the MTSS coordinator in our school, we need the TA, so we know how those positions work and how they are vital to our students. So I think if we had that data, this might be a better pill to swallow. And that's my last comment.
Okay.
Well, I'll make one final comment. I'm just, I agree with Ms. Shaw. I would love to see our lobbyists try to, because I feel like we're being punished for their screw up, and it's going to hurt our schools. And just looking at your slide, we've got sister districts that have even more higher poverty than we do, and so it's just, this is really disturbing to me. So, but I appreciate the presentation, and I know it's been a late evening for everybody, so thank you, Mr. Lanza.
You're welcome.
Okay, 9.1, future meeting dates and agenda items, Dr. Trujillo.
Yes. February 27th, our next governing board meeting. We're looking forward to bringing teacher contracts forward for governing board consideration. We're also looking to bring forward a funding strategy for governing board consideration for MTSS facilitators in the district. So we're very, very excited about that. And anything else of items? Our substance misuse reduction and prevention task force will be formally presenting its recommendations to the governing board. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, the governing board will be considering appointments for both its Alternative Education Advisory Committee as well as its Bond Oversight Committee. And in terms of future meeting dates, I would like to ask the governing board to consider the movement of the May 28th governing board meeting 1 week earlier, from Tuesday, May 28th to Tuesday, May 21st, due to an unavoidable family commitment I have that week of the 28th. So I lay that out there for governing board consideration.
Okay. Governing board members, do you have any? Ms. Shaw?
I may have an objection. Let me check real quick. I know that my daughter's middle school introduction is some day in March, but
do you want to get back to
back to you?
Sure, we can revisit this on the 27th during this same portion of the meeting. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for staying for a late evening, and happy Valentine's Day. Thank you.